Yep, Resistbeard is my name, and capturing portals is my game. Oh, God. Don't fuck us so.
Resistbeard Prologue. Hey all, hi user Adidism. I'm a newcomer to the field of neckbeard sciences. Well, we welcome you quite heartily. We need more researchers. Thank you so much for throwing your hat into the ring. Only after some encouragement from a friend have I decided to share my story regarding a beard that I've been running into while out and about. Oh my god, a beard that actually goes outside? This is this is groundbreaking stuff right here. And also, hey, shout out to your friend. Does your friend watch ReddX? What's up with your friend? That organic channel growth, that word of mouth, God, I love it. That's great to hear about. So this is a throwaway account that I made because the beard in question is stalking my main account, as beards are wont to do. Sorry it had to come to that. It's not a bad username, actually. It almost kind of makes sense in a roundabout sort of way. I'm relatively new to posting to Reddit and really only lurk and comment on occasion, so I apologize if there are any formatting errors. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'm not super active on Reddit except for reading the stories and upvoting some good memes. I apologize if there are any formatting errors. I'd also like to apologize for my awful writing. English is my first language, so I really have no excuse. But at least you apologize for the writing, and that lets me know that the writing is going to be above average. It's the people that don't apologize that I worry about kind of immediately. So good, I think we're safe. You did all the things. Proud of you. Have you ever heard of Ingress? Yes. It's a mobile game like Pokemon Go. Yes, developed by Niantic, as I might have mentioned. And to be more accurate, actually, Pokemon Go is more like Ingress, since Ingress came first, but never really took off in the way because, you know, Pokemon IP, come on. Anyways, you travel to real-world locations to capture these things called portals. Not Pokemon, it's just portals. For your faction, and you attack enemy portals to neutralize and claim them. It's kind of like chess meets capture the flag meets king of the hill. Since you travel to physical locations, it's not uncommon to run into other players, and it is integral to the run-ins that I have had with this beard. Yeah, so it's kind of like Pokemon gyms, but they're portals instead of gyms. And what do you put inside the portals? It's just, that's it? I haven't played the game. Maybe I'll have to give it a try or something. Anyways, now that all that explanation's out of the way, let's dive right into the story of my first encounter with Resistbeard. After the cast, of course. We've got me, that's OP, a 20-year-old trans woman standing at about 6'1", skinny as a stick, and an avid Ingress player, and also terminally stupid at times, as I suppose we all can be. Mars is 19 years old, my best friend since childhood, and quite the outgoing guy. He introduced me to Ingress and plays quite frequently with me. RB is short for Resistbeard, the dreaded beard of our story. Flabby, creepy, and checking nearly all the boxes of your common garden variety neckbeard, except for the fact that he goes outside. Resistbeard became the bane of my existence since around 2 months ago. Oh god, it's a recent development. That is unfortunate. But hopefully I and maybe the comments section can give you the tools that you need to push this beard back. So let's start at the beginning, I suppose. At around the start of November, Mars had shown me Ingress, and I was immediately hooked. I needed something else to get me out of the house, because all I did at the moment were online classes and work ever since the quarantine began. 2 very long years ago. Ah, yes, I remember the old times well. Although I remember them less and less as the days go by. It'd give me a good excuse to get out and explore the area that I lived in. Mars had joined the Enlightened faction, nicknamed Frog since our faction color is green, when he first started, and I had decided to join it as well so we could play cooperatively. That, and because the Enlightened are a bit outnumbered. Our area had a large number of Resistance members, colloquially known as Smurfs, since their faction color is blue, and any Enlightened portals would be quickly neutralized and claimed by the Smurfs. Oh no, that's Smurfing awful. It's a terrible joke. Is there a third team? Is there a third color? I was always playing Team Instinct on Pokemon Go, so I know what it's like to feel outnumbered, but never outgunned. I want you to remember that. Just do your best, never give up, trust your instincts. StarFox64 always gives me hope in times of darkness.
Do a barrel roll!
Fast forward to a few days later, and Mars and I were out nearby our old high school, as there were an abundance of unclaimed portals in the small town and the surrounding area. We had just claimed a group of 6 portals, and threw shields onto them before grabbing lunch at a restaurant. We quickly ate, eager to get back to claiming some portals, and possibly creating a control field over the area. Damn, this game does sound kinda lit though. I'd totally play it if it didn't require going outside. I'm here, I got my computer, I'm comfy. Thanks though. About halfway into our lunch, we both got notifications that the portals we had just captured were under attack and neutralized. You want to take a wild freaking guess as to who it was that was attacking? Well, the both of us weren't too phased, as we were still in the area and we could just go take them back. Heading back out, Mars and I decided to split up to claim the portals, slowly working our way back towards the 6-portal cluster that we had to neutralize and reclaim. We could get more accomplished this way, and hopefully give the person who had attacked the cluster time to leave in order to prevent an in-person confrontation. I mean, usually you want to meet people who are playing the same game as you, even if they're on the other team. But then sometimes you go and you meet the person on the other team and they turn out to be a neckbeard and stalk you for months, so maybe it is safer your way. Just beware of people in general, which I usually am. But something about Pokemon Go, man, made me take exception to that fact. Those were good times. What was that, 5 years ago or so? Anyways, despite the fact that the two factions are competing for control over portals, I've heard there's hardly any negativity between them, and the majority of the time, players in opposing factions are really friendly towards each other, as it should be. The community is overall really chill. I mean, yeah, people aren't generally going to start pummeling each other over a mobile phone game.
Them tears hurt, huh? They hurt, right? Ah, shit!
It's just a game, bro. It's cool. But seriously, if you don't stop taking my portals, I'm gonna follow you to your friggin' house. I can only imagine the headlines. Mars and I knew that if we ran into the other player in our area, it'd most likely just be a friendly exchange, and we might exchange our Telegram contact information. However, there are a few tryhards out there that take this game way too seriously. Yeah, there's always a few bad apples ruining the bunch. And they get very upset if you attack their portals or are capturing portals in an area that they consider their territory. Yeah, that's Team Valor for sure. I can't stand those guys. But really, my version of can't stand is a passing indifference. I'm like, okay, whatever. Now, in-game, the energy used to attack or claim portals is obtained by walking around. On the map, there are little energy dots that you'll passively collect in order to recharge. These energy dots are synced across all players, so if you're recharging as you walk around, other players will see them disappear. I've heard of people using this mechanic to track down nearby players. Yeah, I don't know about that. That don't sound too safe. There's probably a reason that they did away with it when they made Pokemon Go. I noticed this happening close by me whenever I stopped to claim a portal or scouted out the area using the in-game map. Being the idiot that I was, I just kinda automatically assumed that it was Mars. Oh, how wrong I was. As it turns out, this mysterious energy sucker was the neckbeard of this story. The horrible Resistbeard. Energy sucker in-game and out. Emotional vampire incoming. You got some holy water? Splash him in the face. It doesn't even need to be holy water. Just make it soapy water. It works the same on neckbeards. I looked over my shoulder and just kind of saw him standing there. Menacingly.
He's just standing there. Menacingly.
A few dozen feet away. Looking down and tapping at his phone. Just glancing at him was my first mistake. It was like the creep could feel the gaze of someone on him because he almost immediately looked up and gave me a smile and a wave. That's when you just do resting bitch face all the way. Look at him like he's stupid as hell. The guy was wearing a graphic tee of some anime or Genshin Impact or something. And as he began to walk towards me, I noticed that his beard looked like he had shaved his scrotum and just glued the hair onto his chin and neck. Not very well kempt then. Also, speaking of Genshin Impact, I'd like to give a shout out to today's sponsor.
No, for the last time, Paimon is not emergency food!
No, that's not really. You got faked out. I'm never gonna take a sponsor from a mobile phone game. Maybe manscaping. Maybe I would read Raid's Shadow Legends
If they let me do the whole plug in the neckbeard voice.
just so you guys know it's sarcastic. But yeah, I value my viewers. I ain't gonna shove crap down your throat in order to make a few bucks. The only crap I want down your throat is my own videos, you see? OP, hi, can I help you? Resistbeard stopped about 6 or 7 feet from me. Social distancing, don't you know? Resistbeard.
Ingress, right?
Resistbeard turned his phone towards me, outstretched his arm, and showed me his screen from 6 or 7 feet away, which just displayed the normal in-game map. OP, yeah, I'd play it. What about it? Ooh, feisty already. This is gonna drive him back, right? No, unfortunately, he's a neckbeard. He's not reading any of these social cues. Resistbeard plugs on.
What faction?
OP, enlightened. You? Resistbeard.
Resistance all the way. You should change teams when you make it up to level 4, and we can help each other out.
He gave me a smile, and I felt increasingly uncomfortable as he just sort of stared at me, his yellowing teeth on full display. OP, I kind of planned to stay an enlightened agent. His smile disappeared, and he glanced down at his phone for a second. Resistbeard.
But why? Why would you want to play on the losing team?
Imagine if everybody thought that way. Like, oh, I don't want to play on a team with less players. It's like, bro, a team with less players gives you more chance to shine. Did you ever think about that? Of course you didn't, because you're just a tryhard that wants to say that you won, even at the cost of your own dignity, aren't ya? I respect hustlers, man. I don't like Resistbeard already. The beard took a step closer, then changed his mind and stepped back. Yes, it's working. Repel him. I wasn't sure if that was out of courtesy for the fact that I still seemed to be following the rules about social distancing, or perhaps for some other reason. I still wore my mask even though they weren't required anymore, mainly because it hid my 5 o'clock shadow and that slightly darker coloration that stuck around after shaving. I had one of those nice masks that covered part of my neck as well, so it really helped with my dysphoria. I didn't want to look like a dude in girls' clothing. I'm sure you're beautiful, OP. 6'1", skinny, like, that's model status. And it seems to be working on Resistbeard at the very least. OP, I just like the color green. And my friend is also on Enlightened. Resistbeard just nodded, sighing.
I guess that makes sense.
OP? I mean, we could still help each other out though, right? No, OP. You almost had him on the ropes. You almost pushed him away 100%. Don't bring him back in now. Neutralizing and claiming enemy portals is a great way to get experience, so maybe we could designate a few portals in this area and we take turns with them. Like you capture them and I attack them and claim them, and then you do the same. Rinse and repeat. Sound good? I offered this idea to try and be nice. That and this guy did seem pretty nice, even if he was a bit weird. I just figured he was still readjusting to the quarantine being sort of over and was a tad nervous. Nah, I'm not buying any of that. I trust my gut instinct. I get creep vibes. I'm like, nope. Maybe you are a nice person, but I got creep vibes, and I don't want to take the chance, honestly. Resistbeard says,
I'm level 16. I don't need experience points. I prefer to keep any portals I own under my faction's control. I'd be willing to make an exception for you, though.
oh no. Oh god, dude. Breathe deep. OP says, okay. Want to use the group of portals near the 5-way crossroad? Resistbeard.
I was actually just gonna suggest that. I just captured them a bit ago.
OP. Yeah, my friend and I saw. You're Resistbeard, right? Resistbeard.
Yep. Resistbeard is my name, and capturing portals is my game. Oh, God.
That is some fine cringe. Aged like a fine wine. I nodded, not sure if I should chuckle at the overused phrase. No, cringe is the correct response. Do not encourage him any more than you already have, please. Resistbeard.
I'd assume you're OP then? Or is your username Mars?
OP? I'm OP. Mars is my friend. We split up and plan to meet at the memorial fountain at the crossroad. Resistbeard.
Cool. Is she nice?
She. OP. Actually, Mars is a he. Here it comes. The beard rage. Resistbeard seemed a bit disappointed by the fact that Mars was a guy. His tone of voice changed a bit. Resistbeard.
Oh, are you two dating?
OP. No, we're just friends. I'm not dating anyone. Why? The beard's tone suddenly went back to how it had been once I told him no, Mars and I weren't dating and that I was single. It's all laid out before you. Don't you see what's happening? Run! Ditch this guy as soon as possible. Resistbeard.
I was just curious. I've never seen a girl playing Ingress. I assumed that Mars had convinced you to start playing because you and him were in a relationship.
Yeah, that's true, bro. Girls don't play video games at all. In fact, I'm considering quitting right now. Please make no more attempts to contact me after this. But OP did not notice this sign that Resistbeard might be a bit misogynistic at first. I have to admit that the fact that he called me by my preferred gender gave me a small boost of confidence and made me quite happy. I spent a lot of time at home and my parents aren't the most supportive, and I have to hide all of my clothing that they would consider girly or feminine. They always tell me,
as long as you live under our roof, you're a man.
Jesus, that sucks, OP. Let me tell you here and now that you are whoever you feel like, okay? They might have created you, but that doesn't mean they get to control you forever. The formative years are over now. I am my own person. Please back off. I hope you get out of there sooner rather than later. OP says, we're not in a relationship, but Mars did introduce me to the game, yeah. But I decided to start playing because it seemed fun. Resistbeard.
Do you enjoy it?
OP. Well, yeah. I wouldn't be playing it if I didn't. Resistbeard.
I guess that was kind of a stupid question.
Oh, look at that flickering of self-awareness.
If you didn't enjoy it, I guess you wouldn't play it.
OP? Yeah. It's so awkward. Anyways, want to join me and Mars while we play? No, don't do it. Oh, for God's sake. I wasn't uncomfortable anymore, but I wanted to get back to the fountain and meet up with Mars. It had already been 40 minutes since we split up. We planned to be at the fountain in about 5 more minutes. Resistbeard.
That sounds fun. I'd love to accompany you.
I'm surprised he didn't milady you just then. OP says, alrighty. He's probably headed back to the fountain now, so we should get going. Resistbeard.
Lead the way.
I walked back to the crossroads with Resistbeard following behind me. On the way, a timer on his phone went off, and he told me that
he lost track of time and had to leave.
Thank God for that. We exchanged telegram info. Dope. And then he turned around and left. When Mars and I met up, I told him about Resistbeard. Mars seemed a bit sad that he didn't get to meet him, saying that he hardly knows any other local players. I promised him that I would ask Resistbeard if he'd be okay with me giving Mars his contact information. Later that day, after I got home, I set up a Telegram group with the 3 of us. Mars and Resistbeard really seemed to hit it off immediately. Things were going really well. I honestly didn't expect that things would go downhill rather quickly in the coming days. However, I'll have to save all that for next time. Oh, give me the cliffhanger! A lot happens over the next week between all 3 of us. I do plan to continue this regardless of whether or not people show interest. I just want to get my story out there. I'm pretty busy with work and getting ready to go back to in-person classes though, so it might be a week or 2 before I get the next part up. Anyways, I've been your OP and I will see you next time. Adadism out. God, he's one of those thirsty boys, isn't it? He's gonna be like, I donated $100. Will you go on a date with me?
Take it all. Take all of my money.
Resistbeard Saga, Chapter 1. From the scanner to the stream. Very mild, not safe for work warning. Is the title referencing something that I just don't get the reference? I don't know what's going on. But regardless, we are happy to see you back, OP. Hey y'all, it's your gal Adadism. Hey Adadism, like I said, lovely to see you. Finally, it is time for a follow-up to the first part / prologue of Resistbeard, and that playlist down in the description and also the comments for you guys. I'm sorry for leaving off on a cliffhanger last time. There is just a lot to unpack here, and I mean a lot. The initial run-in led to a week just full of absolute chaos brought on by the Beard himself. See, this is what we get from social interactions. I can't do it anymore, man. Writing it all down has made me realize just how poor the choices that I made were, and also that I easily could have avoided everything had I just grown a spine. That's fair, seems to happen to a lot of OPs, but honestly, confrontation can be a dangerous thing. So in the moment, when you're talking to them, just be like, oh yeah, that's great. They ask for your info, be like, I don't have a phone. He's like, it's right there in your hand. I'm like, nah, this is my brother's phone, my mom's phone. You can't text me, that's all I'm saying. Or block. Blocking always works too. The prologue can be found here, as I said, links down below. This is a throwaway account. Sadly, the Beard of this tale is stalking my main Reddit account, as well as pretty much all of my other social medias. Well, there's just a barrel of worms that you can't put the monkeys back in. You know what I'm saying? I'm somewhat new to Reddit, so if there are any formatting errors, please forgive me. On top of that, I also apologize for my horrible writing. English is my first language, so I don't really have an excuse, but you apologized for it. And that lets me know that the writing is going to be at least above average. And it seems like people are pretty invested in this story. It got shared around quite a little bit. Just believe in yourself. That's all I'm saying. Also, hey ReddX. Hi again. I'm still here. Thanks so much for reading my story. I actually didn't mean to post it in your subreddit. I meant to put it on r/NeckbeardStories. However, a mix-up involving being in a small hurry, countless browser tabs, and a lack of sleep resulted in it being put in r/ReddX reads. I'm just gonna run with it though. You seem like an awesome dude from my binging of your videos ever since hearing about you, and I hope that you're doing well. I am doing ecstatically wonderful. December depression is fading away. I've got a lot of irons in the fire and stuff, but that's kind of how I like it. And I'm also honored that I could be one of the browser tabs that you confused for r/NeckbeardStories. Perhaps it is a coincidence. Perhaps it is kismet. I cannot yet say, although I have seen you lurking in the Discord, and I definitely do appreciate that. So yes, from my mouth to your ear, welcome to the community. If you want, you can refer to me as Ada or Dizzy. It's less of a mouthful than Ada-dism. I like Dizzy. That's fun. Anyways, Ingress. It's a fun mobile game, and it is integral to this start of the story. You travel to real-world locations to claim portals for your faction and neutralize enemy portals. You can throw different modifications and modules onto them to allow you to get more items from the portals or to protect them from attacks, etc. It's like chess meets Capture the Flag meets King of the Hill and is all around a pretty fun time. Although this story steers away from the mobile game for a while, it's still the thread that connects quite a lot to this tale. And if you haven't played Ingress before, like I have, you can only really compare it to Pokemon Go. It's made by the same company, Niantic, which I did mention in the first part, but I get the feeling that a lot more people have experience with Pokemon Go than with Ingress. And no, I still haven't given it a try. It requires going outside. That's just asking too much, in my opinion. But let's get into our cast. We've got me, SROP, 20-year-old trans woman standing at about 6'1", skinny as a stick, avid Ingress player, and terminally stupid at times. I'm also too kind for my own good, and frequently get taken advantage of without even realizing it. Too good for this world. Mars is 19 years old, my best friend since childhood, and quite the outgoing guy. He introduced me to Ingress and plays it frequently with me. Dagger is a great friend of mine that I met online about 3 years ago. We both stream on Twitch, and frequently he joins me on my channel to play through weird and questionable games with me for laughs. He's awesome, and honestly I don't know where I'd be without him. He does not play Ingress, however. Hey, that's pretty cool though. I'm trying to get into streaming on Twitch too. Maybe you drop that link once the beard storm passes. You don't mind a little extra foot traffic. I'm sure a bunch of people in the comments and also myself would be glad to check it out. Give you that old ReddX bump as an exchange for letting me read your stories and monetize them. Taz is another friend of mine that I've known since high school and who works at the same place as I do. There's an inside joke in my friend group that the two of us are dating since we spend so much time hanging out together. We sarcastically play along for kicks and giggles. He is not an Ingress player at this part of the story, but he does start playing a little later on. But maybe he's into you though. Like I do get a little frustrated that it's like, oh, they hang out together, they must be dating, because it doesn't have to be that way every single time. But the fact that you guys are both playing along with it, buying in, ooh, I sense a little bit of sparks flying there. If it was never going to happen, then you would say, it's never going to happen. But you're both kind of buying into it like, yeah, I could see it happening. So Paper, Scissors, and Rock are three friends that I met through Dagger who took me under their wing and taught me about streaming. Scissor joins me for my Friday night streams. Paper, Scissors, and I occasionally all stream Stardew Valley together. Oh, that's the comfiest game. I've spent like 200 hours in Stardew. I can't go back. It sucks me in every time. Maybe once I do pull the trigger on the streams, though. Rock is usually pretty busy, but she often tunes into my streams and lurks, sometimes chatting. She doesn't take any trash from anyone, and was already pretty suspicious of Resistbeard. None of them play Ingress. So I get the feeling streaming is going to tie pretty heavily into this story. This beard, like, crashed your streams or something like that? I mean, I get it. You want to share something that you're passionate about, but not with beards. RB is, of course, short for Resistbeard, the dreaded beard of our story. Flabby, creepy, and checking nearly all the boxes of your common, average, garden variety neckbeard, except for the fact that he goes outside, as I've said. Resistbeard became the bane of my existence online and in person since around 2 months ago, but all that is hopefully soon to end. Oh, you got a master plan? Oh, tell me about your master plan. I want to see a beard get crushed. That makes me feel real good inside. So we're back into the story with the cast list out of the way. Where we last left off, I had created a group chat for Mars, Resistbeard, and myself. Mars and Resistbeard had immediately hit it off, having similar interests and playing a lot of the same games, including Ingress, obviously. What kind of games you guys into? I got a lot of questions here. I mean, really, unless it's like a PvP sweaty boy shooter. That's all I play recently, so I don't know if I could get into it, but I was into indie games for a few years there, and Stardew is one of those indies that just blew up. So it's kind of hard to know where to place Mars and OP on the gaming scale. But I guess that ain't too important. Anyways, that night, Mars and I invited Resistbeard to play some good old Stardew Valley. Ah, so good. It was the one game that I could run reliably that all three of us owned, so we started up our usual multiplayer save, and Resistbeard joined the game. There's nothing that could ruin the good vibes and comfy feels of Stardew Valley, right? Unless there's a beard invasion, but that totally wouldn't happen, right? For those that don't know, Stardew Valley is a really relaxing farming game. You just run a small farm, grow crops, talk to your neighbors. It's just a nice game to unwind with. You can also go delving in the dungeon, getting all these ingredients for sprinklers to automate your farm so you can do more dungeon delving. At least that's how I play Stardew. Again, sweaty boy. So nothing of note happened, though I feel that I should mention that Resistbeard followed my character around almost constantly. Was he new to this or something? I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but honestly, he was probably just creeping. We stopped after around an hour and made plans to meet up again the next day, so Resistbeard could meet Mars in person and we could all play Ingress together. Despite being on 2 different teams, that's really nice here. We had chosen a local park to play at, since there were a lot of portals there at the various points of interest around the place. I told him that I couldn't play for very long though, as I had some stuff to do later that day. Resistbeard asked me,
What did I have to do?
And I told him that I was a small-time Twitch streamer. Again, sharing your passions is great, but I would have kept that one under my hat, bro. I don't want this guy showing up to the stream. Although he hasn't pulled the mask completely off, so I might have been tricked too. I don't know. And indeed, I informed him that I had a stream planned for later tomorrow. He was instantly interested, asking me
what kind of stuff I streamed, how many followers did I have, had I made it to affiliate, etc.
He also seemed really excited that a girl he knew was a streamer and a gamer. God, he's one of those thirsty boys, isn't it? He's gonna be like, I donated $100, will you go on a date with me?
Take it all. Take all of my money.
No, I don't know you like that. And really, Twitch affiliate kind of overrated in my estimation. I had the opportunity for affiliate back in like 2018 or 2019, but I refused because in their terms of service, they say that you can't restream your stuff. So I'd have to stop streaming on YouTube, which is how I kind of got moderately big on Twitch, I guess. Dayton Does is my Twitch if you're interested, but I don't know. I might bring it back to life later on, but I don't think I'll ever go for affiliate. I just don't feel like it's the right move to make in the bigger picture. So I explained that I was a variety streamer. I told him that I use a voice changer and I'm sort of like a VTuber that was camera shy. Oh my god, I'm so inspired by all these VTuber stories popping up recently. It is a sign, surely, from up above that I need to get back into streaming ASAP. Really, it was only because my PC was nowhere near powerful enough to run a VTuber software alongside a game, or even at all, really. That's too bad. I am surprised by how resource intensive it is, too. But really, small steps, you know, as long as your personality is on point, the avatar stuff could come a little later on. On stream, I took on the persona of a robot/cyborg, and I try my best to stay in character. I really enjoy putting on a show for anyone that tunes in to my streams. Well, now I'm even more interested. What does a robot cyborg act like? What do you talk about, like computer chips or something? I'm gonna go have a snack, a bowl of computer chips.
Here is my impression of a microwave. Brrrr. Ding.
It's a terrible joke. Mars was pumped for tomorrow. I had a weird feeling, though I chalked it up to the fact that I wasn't very productive that day. You know, that guilty feeling that you get when you do nothing but play around all day? Yeah, it kind of felt like that. Oh my god, you're basically describing my life. It seems like I always have to do something to push the ball forward, or else I'm like, yeah, the day was a total wash. Okay, I watched Suits for 8 hours on Netflix. What is that gonna do for me? It's a waste. Oh god, but I can't help myself sometimes. I tabbed out a Telegram, opened up Discord, and sent a message to Dagger, asking him if he was good to go for the stream tomorrow. We'd been planning to continue our playthrough of this weird little foreign game about a guy and evil slime creatures on my Twitch channel. If you know, then you know. Yeah, it's Slime Rancher for sure. It's not Slime Rancher at all. Dagger described it as a deep experience that questions if you're still you after losing your humanity, but also like a game pandering to a certain spectrum of furries. Oh, well, yeah, I think I could do without knowing what it is. I don't think I would dive into that one willingly. As uncomfortable and as weird as the game was at times, we both enjoyed poking fun at it as we played through it, and it always seemed to draw in viewers, so it was perfect to stream. Yeah, don't sleep on little games and stuff like that. I think the best streams that I ever had were done on Warframe, which is kind of a big game, but, you know, stuff like Battle Brothers or Hammerwatch also tended to compete, at least back at that time. I don't know what the scene's looking like nowadays, but I bet if I went, I could totally get back into it. But not with a furry game. There are some lines I don't cross. So Dagger said that, yeah, he was good to go for tomorrow, and to just message him an hour before we started. Logging off, I got ready for bed and went to sleep. That weird feeling was still with me. I now realize that that was a gut feeling. I had made a terrible mistake by telling that beard about my online presence. But how could you know? Like I said, I might have been tricked too. He hadn't really unveiled the creepiness. Like, okay, he followed you around in Stardew, that's not a crime, but yeah, I think we should just listen to the gut feeling. You saw him at the park, got some sus vibes, that's it. We don't need to interact anymore. Cut it off before it starts. But really, I would argue that any of us could have gotten caught in a trap like this. So I woke up the next morning and checked my Discord and emails, keeping tabs on everything and intending to send some good morning messages to a few friends, as I normally do. I know it may sound like I'm pretty invested in my online life, and Honestly, I am. I won't lie. I'm probably a bit too invested. Hey, you're preaching to the choir again. I don't know what to say. Do what makes you happy. Overnight, someone new had joined my Discord server, and they even sent a few messages. Of course, it was, Resistbeard. Resistbeard.
Found ya, winky face. It's Resistbeard. Nice server. People comfy.
OP, welcome. I hope you have fun. Everyone in here is super relaxed. I put down my phone and went through my morning routine. By the time I finished, Resistbeard had struck up a conversation with someone else in the server and had sent me a direct message. Resistbeard.
When's your stream today?
OP. 5 p.m. It says right there on my stream schedule. I'll be playing a silly little game with Dagger. Resistbeard.
Oh, could I maybe join you both?
Alright, now you're already overstepping your boundaries. Please, wait to be invited, thank you. OP. Sorry, but I'm afraid not. My rules specifically state not to ask for any special treatment, and that I don't do any sort of fan service like inviting random people into the stream voice call. You can watch the stream and talk in the chat, though. A very good boundary. Draw that line in the sand and hold it whatever you do, OP. I'm rooting for you. Resistbeard starts the begging.
Please, I'm not a random person, right?
Yes, you are. We met at the park yesterday. It's about as random as it gets, bro. OP holds steady and says, sorry, but no. Resistbeard.
All right. I apologize for bugging you.
OP, thank you for understanding. Resistbeard.
I'll see you at the park.
OP, yep, see you then. Slight red flag, but then again, a few people have asked things like this before, so I just brushed it off. That's one of those things that I would try to brush off, but it does show like a pretty clear lack of respect. Really, if I wanted you on the stream, then you would be on the stream, right? If I just let in everybody who asked, then we'd have 50 voices talking in a stream and it would just be a total dumpster fire, or even more of a dumpster fire than it usually is, as is the case when it comes to my streams. So, after my online classes that I had this morning, I got into my car and headed for Mars's house, both to change my clothes and to pick him up to go to the park. Mars was excited and geeking out like you would not believe. Meanwhile, I was just mumbling along to some music as we drove. Mars' phone went off and he checked it. Mars. Hey, Resistbeard wants to meet up by the band shell. OP. Got it. A few minutes later, we had arrived. I parked by the concert bowl, and sure enough, standing right in front of it was Resistbeard, tapping away on his phone, no doubt already playing Ingress. He glanced up in our direction when we got out of the car. Resistbeard.
OP, what's up?
OP. Nothing much. You? Resistbeard.
Just ingressing.
Mars. Hi, I'm Mars. You're Resistbeard, right? Resistbeard.
Yeah, it's good to finally meet you in the flesh.
I really want there to be a bromance blossoming here. You know, a little more reforming a neckbeard, but I just know that that is not what's going to happen. So now it's just a matter of sitting back and seeing how it devolves. Mars walked closer to Resistbeard meanwhile, and I stayed by my car, making sure that I had everything in my backpack. Once I was absolutely sure, I shut the door and locked it. OP. So, according to the IITC is a companion website/app that shows the global map of portals and their stats. In-game, you can only see about a quarter to a half a mile in any direction, and you can't zoom out that much. There are a few portals already claimed, all by some Smurf player named Shady Salesman. Resistbeard.
I would avoid those portals. They're all maxed out and have Aegis shields on them. I doubt any of you or Mars's low-level XMP bursters could even dent the resonators on them.
Boy, this is some hardcore nerdery. If I heard some people talking like this in the park, I'd be like, what the hell is going on? But I guess if you're into Ingress, you know what they're talking about. Mars, okay, what about Ultra Strikes? Resistbeard,
Doubt it. You need hundreds of low-tier U-strikes, I'd imagine.
OP. So then we just claim the neutral portals and hopefully throw up a field. Resistbeard,
That's your best bet. I'm gonna hang with you two.
Mars, sounds good. Already a little sus. I'm pretty sure that Resistbeard is going to start doing some shady stuff to get ahead in this game that has no consequence in real life. Shun your potential real life friends in favor of a mobile phone game. Sounds like a Neckbeard move. And thus began our awkward trek around the park, using the Ingress scanner app on our phones to claim portals. Resistbeard really just kind of hung around. He would sometimes claim a portal or give us pointers. One that sticks with me because of the absurdity of the phrasing is to remember
not to pineapple a portal.
At the time, I didn't understand what he meant, but after some research, I realized that pineappling means to place your resonators really close to the portal, making them extremely easy for an enemy to destroy them all at once. Okay, but why pineapples? This method was invented by SpongeBob. He seemed really nice, like a quirky guy who only meant well, who was trying to show some new Ingress agents the ropes. After a while, Mars headed to the bathroom, leaving Resistbeard and I alone. Just being alone with him again made me a little uncomfortable. He seemed to look me up and down, like he was sizing me up. Resistbeard,
OP, do you know what quantum capsules are?
OP? No. What are they? Resistbeard,
You can put items in them, and it'll duplicate some of them after a day or two. I have a few extra if you want them.
OP? Sure. You could split up the extra between Mars and I. Resistbeard,
I have 4 extra. 2 won't do very much.
OP? Okay, but it'd still do something, right? And eventually I'll get more by playing, correct? Resistbeard,
Yeah, but I'd rather just give them to you.
showing a little bit of favoritism. I totally wasn't going to go on a date with him, but then he gave me some quantum capsules. Is that what they call roofies? No, is
Uh-oh. Here come the roofies.
it's an Ingress thing. Oh, God. OP, could you please split the 4 between Mars and I? Resistbeard,
Fine.
Resistbeard sighed, taking a drink from his water bottle. I sat down on a bench, and Resistbeard sat down next to me. Resistbeard,
OP.
OP, yes. Resistbeard,
Did you know there's an Ingress anime?
oh man. The mask is slipping further and further, dude. Is this the point where we turn around and run? I can't say that I would have run at this point yet either. I'd be like, okay, awkward guy, but we'll just play this out. Well, I'm not the biggest anime fan. I do watch some series, mainly short ones. I can't stick to a single show for very long, and I usually get bored of it within the first 15 episodes if it just doesn't click with me. An anime tie-in with a mobile game sounded like something my speed. OP? No? That's pretty cool though. What's the story like? Resistbeard went into a long explanation about the show and even spoiled the ending. Much to my disappointment. During the beard's summary, little flecks of spittle flew from his mouth, some landing on my glasses and face. Ugh, gross. Yeah, I don't think this guy's gonna last for very long. The very thin social veneer that he was able to uphold has been completely shattered within 5 minutes alone with him. Also, what happened to social distancing? Don't sit next to that guy who's spitting all over you. At least distancing is a good excuse. You're like, hey, sit way over there. Okay, thanks. Anyways, Mars had returned from the restroom. He tried to politely wait for Resistbeard to finish talking, but a minute later, he finally spoke up. Mars, hey, I'm back. What are you two talking about? Resistbeard looked visibly upset that Mars had interrupted him. Resistbeard,
I was just telling OP about the Ingress anime.
Mars, whoa, there's an anime? Resistbeard,
Yeah, OP kinda looks like the character Sarah Coppola, but with brown hair.
I later looked up that character, and personally, I do not see the resemblance. Heck, my hair's way shorter, aside from just being a different color. On top of that, my eyes aren't gray. But OP didn't know that yet. OP, I do? Resistbeard,
Yeah.
Mars paused for a moment before answering. Mars, that's, pretty neat. Yeah, real friggin' neato, guy. It's generally not a good idea to compare real-life people with anime characters, especially when they haven't even seen the anime. It's just awkward for everybody. But OP brushed it off and stood up, switching my phone back over to the Ingress scanner. OP, wanna get back to playing? I only have about a half hour more before I need to head home. Both Mars and Resistbeard agreed, and off we went again. Resistbeard continued to give us tips and pointers. When Mars and I finally had to leave and had said our goodbyes to Resistbeard, we went to go and hop back into my car, but Resistbeard stopped us, placing a sweaty hand on my shoulder. Resistbeard,
OP, Mars, I forgot to give you two something.
I gently removed the beard's hand from my shoulder, turning around. OP, please don't touch me. I don't like it. Resistbeard hesitated for just a second, his face turning red with embarrassment. Resistbeard,
Oh, sorry. My bad. Anyways, those quantum capsules I promised.
I was quick to forgive him. He didn't seem to mean anything aside from trying to be sure that I wouldn't forget about the capsules. Mars, quantum capsules? Why are you giving them away? Aren't they like really difficult to get? Resistbeard,
I have 4 spare that I never use. I want to give them to you and OP.
Mars, sure. 2 for me and 2 for OP? Resistbeard,
Yeah.
Resistbeard looked a tiny bit disappointed that he couldn't give all of the capsules to me. His supposed,
Milady.
Milady? Which is the correct spelling? The first one, I do believe. You could go either way, though. But he still equally divided them up between the two of us. Mars, thanks so much, man. OP, thanks. See you when I see ya. Resistbeard,
See you on Twitch.
oh, that's right. He knows about the stream. This encounter is not over quite yet. I waved as Mars and I got back into my car and drove off. After dropping Mars off at his place and changing, I headed back to my own home. 1 shower, and half an hour later, I sat in front of my laptop, everything all set up for the stream with Dagger. Already, we were in a Discord call, chatting it up and joking about how weird the game that we were about to play was. It was 15 minutes until 5. 15 minutes until we went live. Live at 5. I like that. Too bad the time zone differences here make that really awkward for me. It was now that I received a message from Resistbeard. Resistbeard,
Are you sure that I can't join you and Dagger?
OP, yeah, I'm sure. I apologize, but rules are rules. Resistbeard,
Frowny face.
a frowny face. He sent a freaking frowny face. Was this a subtle attempt at emotional manipulation? Either way, I sort of fell for it. No! The boundary was in place. Just don't respond to the frowny face. Close the chat. God. OP says, well, maybe you can join as a guest on one of my upcoming streams. Resistbeard.
I'd love if you could make that happen.
OP. I'll be streaming Stardew Valley with paper and scissors on Friday. I'll ask them if they're okay with you joining. And then you never ask them and just say that they're not, right? That's the only way left to get out of this. 5 minutes until Dagger and I went live. I turned on my voice changer, quickly testing it to make sure it was working properly. Shortly after pressing start streaming, a few people showed up in the chat. My Twitch moderators, Taz among them, and a new face. Who do you think that could be? And if you guessed Resistbeard, you'd be absolutely correct. Why him? Anybody on Twitch? There's so many users on Twitch, but why him? We're in too deep now. Resistbeard announces,
the resistance has arrived. Hi, OP. What's this game about?
Dagger spoke up before I could. Dagger, it's about avoiding sentient goop. I just gave a, yeah. Taz, so she's playing as a dude trapped in a facility full of living ooze. She's trying to avoid being consumed and assimilated while also finding a way out. OP, again, yep, that's the gist of it. Resistbeard,
is this a furry game?
OP, yeah. Why? Is there something wrong with that? I mean, I'm a furry, but I'm not playing this by choice. Taz gifted it to me as a joke. Resistbeard,
if you don't want to play it, then why do you play it?
OP, because I feel obligated, since it was gifted with the request that I play it. Yeah, I used to gift everybody bad rats on my friends list. Super cheap during the Christmas Steam sales, and I'm like, here, now you play this. It's awful. It's a puzzle game with physics that don't work the same 100% of the time. Super frustrating, and I love it, honestly. Resistbeard just says,
okay.
And Taz says, I enjoy watching you suffer. What is best in life? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women.
To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of the women.
OP? Gee, thanks. Taz and I sarcastically went back and forth for a while. Now, I have a really bad tick. I have a tendency to say cock when I get frustrated. I don't yell it out, but I calmly say it with a slightly irritated tone. This tick of mine seems to encourage Resistbeard. And yeah, now that he's on the internet, with that anonymity, the mask is really going to come off. And Resistbeard supplies,
why do you keep saying that? Do you like it or something? I would gladly provide.
Ugh, kick him. Taz, save us all. OP, no. It's like a catchphrase, I guess. I say it a lot when I fail repeatedly. I really shouldn't have just brushed that off as a crude joke. At the time, it just seemed like middle school level humor. Dagger, yeah, you need to press a button that keeps track of how many times you said it. Cock counter, if you will, as well as an oh whoa counter. Dagger spoke in a dead serious tone, and I couldn't help but snort laugh. The rest of the stream went smoothly, and after about 3 hours, we stopped. Well, after the first outburst, he was good for 3 hours. Man, I don't know. Like I said, I might have let it slip by too. I could honestly see myself getting into this situation, and I don't like that none too much. In hindsight, I was incredibly stupid during all this. There were a couple of very obvious signs of Resistbeard's intentions and beardiness. This whole online side to this made it really hard to get a reading on the beard at the time. I couldn't tell if he was being serious or joking or just being sarcastic half the time. He just seemed like an awkward guy with social anxiety in person, and I related to that. I used to be that person that had a hard time socializing and got constantly nervous when talking to others. I went and ate dinner, and afterwards I returned to find a message from Taz. Taz?
Who is this Resistbeard guy?
OP? Just somebody I met while playing Ingress. Taz?
Rock seems to think he's a bit odd. We both think you should be careful around him.
OP? He honestly seems harmless to me, and just like he's kinda awkward. He was really nice earlier today when Mars and I were with him at the park. Taz?
Okay, I'd still be careful though. Rock and I are going to keep an eye on him in the Discord.
OP? Sounds good, but I doubt that's really needed. Oh, but it was. Honestly, if people are saying things that make you even slightly uncomfortable in your stream, go ahead and kick them. You'll get better viewers to replace them. Truth is, you don't need to cite a reason or anything. You don't like that person? Okay, they're gone. That's the beauty of creating your own space online, isn't it? You can bend it exactly to your will. So OP asks herself, why was I so nice? Anyone with half a brain would have picked up on the fact that something was off about Resistbeard. Of course, though, I was quick to do some mental gymnastics to try and convince myself that he wasn't a bad person. Maybe it was the fact that he was a fellow Ingress agent. Maybe I was just too nice for my own good. Either way, this trait of mine allowed Resistbeard to worm his way into my online life, which was one of my safe havens where I could be myself. Anyways, I'm gonna end this part here. Not much happens the next day, but the day after, leading up to and including Friday, is something that I wish I could go back and do over differently. I made so many stupid choices, and overall, I was so spineless. Until next time, I've been your OP, and I will see you in the next installment of Resistbeard. Adadism, aka Dizzy, out.
I've been wanting to ask, what's up with your boobs?
Do you have a big boob?
Resistbeard, Chapter 2, The Ride, The Raid, and Rock. You be like Dwayne Johnson or something like that? I don't know what's going on. I'm back. Hi, Adadism. Your OP, Adadism, aka Dizzy. I'm also dizzy today, a little bit sick, so we could both be dizzy. I hope y'all are doing mighty fine on this day. Through sheer willpower and determination, I've managed to get this chapter up faster than expected. This one is a long one, maybe too long. Yeah, threw it into the read time estimator. I'm like, holy crap, 26 minutes? Yeah, all right. What am I gonna do, split it up? Nah, we're in it for the long haul. Because this part is so long, I wrote it in a Google Docs file before pasting it into Reddit and fixing errors with formatting, so I apologize if I missed anything. Looks good to me. Although, even though I know ReddX told me to believe in myself, I still want to apologize for my horrible writing. English is my first language, so I really have no excuse. I mean, you've got a large faction of people that are invested in the story, so I think you're doing something right at the very least. Many thanks to the amazing ReddX, for reading the previous installments on my story. Go subscribe to him. Yeah, if you're not already, please, thanks. He always does an incredible job and is an awesome guy. The previous parts of the story can be found here, parts 1 and 2. And if you'd rather listen to the parts narrated, ReddX made a playlist that can be found here. Oh yeah. His videos are the definitive edition of this story because his commentary adds so much. I think you phrased that wrong. It's like because he adds so much commentary. Or despite him adding so much commentary. I don't know if there'll be that much commentary today. I'm feeling a little not myself, but I can't just do zero commentary. I'm physically incapable these days. So trigger warnings for mild sexual talk and stalking. Anyways, I'm not wasting any more time. Let's jump into the story. The cast. Looks relatively the same as the previous part, so for the sake of time, I'm gonna skip over the cast. You can check it out in part 2 if you really want to, or chapter 1, I guess, as we're calling it. The numbering's a little weird, but we're doing it. It's fine, you'll catch up. And so, once more, here we go again. Subsection 1, take me home, cringy roads. Yeah, a little bit of John Denver. That always makes me feel better. Is that John Denver? I think it is. Anyways, last time, I'd pretty much opened up my online life to Resistbeard, which was a massive mistake. Even after Taz's and Rock's warnings, I didn't take care and be cautious around this unkempt Ingress agent. I had also gone ahead and invited him to join me and some friends for my Friday stream. I had little to no spine to speak of and still valued this absolutely doomed friendship, if you can even call it that, between Resistbeard and I. Yes, pretty good reminder to vet people. I know you want to get them followers on Twitter, but make sure they're a normal person first before you tell them about any of your social media. OPSEC as always. The day after the stream with Dagger was uneventful for the most part. I just went to work and did what needed to be done, namely packing up t-shirts and cleaning off printing screens. The only thing important to this story that I did today was capture a few portals near my workplace, as I usually do before going home. That's right, Dizzy, let them know. This is my neighborhood, I keep it on lock. Ingress has a built-in activity/alert log. You can choose distance options, showing you recent activity within 5 kilometers, all the way up to a whopping 100 kilometers. Well, that seems a bit unwieldy. You can see what portals have been claimed, or neutralized, or linked, or when a field goes up. On top of that, it gives you the address of said portals. I guess you really only set it to 100 kilometers if you like spam. You're like, what's happening across town? Of course, Mr. Rotund Resistance Beardo used that feature to find where I would commonly go to play. Just scrolling back in the activity logs, no doubt showed him that I spent a considerable amount of time, almost every weekday since starting Ingress, near the apparel printing place that I worked at. Oh god, dude. This game is terrible for operational security, isn't it? You just have to purposely not capture portals near anywhere that you frequent. Go out of town to play Ingress. So what does he do the very next day? Of course, he shows up near my place of work playing Ingress, and inevitably, I run into him, exactly as he planned. Imagine, if you will, clocking out after a long day of managing a stubborn embroidery machine since the usual operator was out sick, and you walk out to your car humming "Fly Me to the Moon" by Frank Sinatra, stowing your bag and pulling out your phone, and then you see a notification alerting you that one of your portals is under attack. Who's behind it? Yeah, just like I said before, it is Resistbeard. Don't take it back, just run. I guess OP didn't know that it was him at the time. But after this quote-unquote chance encounter, I'm sure she's not gonna bother with portals near her work anymore. Just be like, whatever. Have them, bro. Just stay away from me. You travel around the block to the location to take back your portal and to hopefully say hi to someone that you think of as a friend. Because you play the same game, so obviously you must be friends. And as I have learned, that is rarely the case at all, mostly because I play sweaty boy PvP shooters, and everyone's toxic as hell. So, you then see that it is him, leaning against the wall, looking down at his phone. The guy has on the same shirt that you saw him wearing every other time that you ran into him. He has one arm up behind his head, trying to look, cool, I guess. OP, hey Resistbeard, no, don't call out to him. Turn around. Book it back to the car. I gave the beard a friendly smile, approaching him. Resistbeard,
Hey there, OP. How are you on this lovely day?
yeah, I was pretty good up until about 2 seconds ago. Resistbeard spoke with such a tone that I could easily imagine him tipping an invisible fedora, which he was definitely doing inside his own head. I honestly wouldn't have called that day lovely. It was somewhere in the region of like 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and I was freezing. You got a jacket or something? Why not hop back in the car, turn on the heater, go home, forget about the portals, it's fine. You just need to duck him for about a week, let him have those portals for a little bit, and then you'll never have to deal with them again. Maybe. Until he puts 2 and 2 together. There's just no winning. At any rate, Resistbeard looked quite pleased with himself. It was like he had successfully lured me into a trap, which is exactly what he was trying to do. However, as usual, I didn't suspect anything. OP, I just saw that you took my portal, so I'm gonna try and take it back. You know, basic Ingress stuff. Resistbeard.
Be my guest. You need the XP, don't you?
Yeah, go ahead. Flex your online level in a video game. Good for you. Yes, I need the XP. I'm not no-lifing as hard as you. It's not something to brag about. I just nodded and opened the game. While it loaded, Resistbeard cleared his throat, which got my attention. Resistbeard.
I was on my way home from work. If you don't mind, could you give me a lift?
I don't think anybody could lift you, bro.
I didn't make it to the bus stop in time, and my car is in the shop.
Yeah, the car that doesn't exist, I'm pretty sure. Or it's mommy's car, and she just declined to let him borrow it. Whether or not there was an ounce of truth in anything he had just said was honestly beyond me at the time. I now know, though, that all of that was a massive lie, much as I would suspect. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. OP didn't know this at the time. Putting myself into her shoes, I wouldn't know it either. So as apprehensive as I was to give someone that I barely knew a ride, especially since I was completely alone, I figured that it would be okay. I had a taser I kept in the car just in case. I doubted that I would need it though. Hey, if you're not uncomfortable with it, you could just say that. Screw the social contract when it comes to your own safety. You know what I'm saying? Always look out for number one. Funny thing about my town, pepper spray and mace is sort of illegal / frowned upon. Which one? Illegal or frowned upon? Because if it's just frowned upon, I'm gonna bring it with me. A couple years ago, several people used it in an assault, not in self-defense. So as a result, mace was unofficially outlawed within the city limits. Unofficially, that means I'm bringing mace. Whatever, try and prosecute me, bitch. You can't do nothing to me, coppers. Meh! Come and get me. You'll never take me alive. Bop, 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 bop. Meh! Although it isn't enforced too seriously, I would rather not risk getting into any trouble with law enforcement. No, please lock me up for this unofficial crime so I can sue the entire city. Go right ahead. So instead, OP adopted a taser / stun gun for self-defense. It's one of those kinds that you have to reach out and touch your assailant with, not the kind that you can shoot like a firearm. So yeah, it is a taser and not a stun gun. But I mean, tasers are even more terrifying in a way because they make that loud ass sound. Crack, 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 crack. Wifey's walking around by herself and she's like, yeah, I had the taser. This dude's following me and all I did was like light up the taser for a second and then he found another street to go down. I'm like, yeah, good thing you had it with you. I can't remember why I wasn't with her at the time. I think she was out with friends or something like that. But yes, despite all of her misgivings, OP eventually says, sure, I don't mind at all. Just give me directions. I should have said no. I should have been like, sorry, but my fuel light's on, and I don't think I'll have enough to get you home and get to the gas station. But of course, I was an idiot. You don't even need an excuse, bro. Just say, no, I'm not comfortable with that. Don't question me about this. If you are really my friend, then you will take no for an answer. And then he gets even more pushy, and you find out that he isn't your friend after all, and boom, tie is cut. No more Resistbeard stories over. But that's not how it went. Quickly neutralizing and claiming the portal, I gestured at Resistbeard to follow, heading back to my car. Resistbeard,
I live at such and such address.
OP, got it. You'll also have to tell me where to turn. Resistbeard nodded, walking behind me quietly. We made it back to my car, and I opened the passenger side door. The seat had my stuff on it, so I moved it into the back seat. OP, alright, hop in. I walked around the car, climbed into the driver's seat, and got behind the wheel, turning the ignition and fastening my seatbelt. Resistbeard gave me directions as we conversed. It was a weirdly uncomfortable experience. Each time I spoke, he would just stare at me for a few too many seconds. Resistbeard,
You work at that clothing place?
No, I don't. Please never come back here. OP, yeah, I clean printing screens, fold shirts, handle boxes, and act as the backup embroidery operator. Resistbeard,
That's cool. What do you do to work the embroidery machine?
OP, I line up and stretch out the clothing on the frames and snap the frames into place and start the machine. If the machine has an issue, then I'll fix it. Usually it's just like a broken thread or a bobbin that needs to be replaced. Now it seems like an innocuous line of conversation, but I'm trying to look for the hidden thread, read between the lines and figure out what he's actually trying to do here. Maybe just put her at ease. Resistbeard asks,
Do any of your co-workers play Ingress?
OP, I don't know. I never asked anyone. I doubt any of them play though. Resistbeard,
It is a pretty niche game.
OP, yep. Resistbeard,
What level are you?
OP, I'm level 2, about to hit level 3. Resistbeard,
Are you still gonna stay an enlightened agent?
OP, yeah. What reason do I have to change factions? Resistbeard,
You'd get to play with me instead of against me.
wow, that is the greatest reason I have ever heard to stay the same faction. OP just says, no thanks, I'm fine. Resistbeard let out a sigh that was clearly exaggerated.
Maybe I could recurse and start over at level 1. I'd lose just about everything, but I'd be a part of your faction.
Please don't do that. Not just for me, don't do that for everybody else that's on my team. We don't need you, really. OP, it's your choice. I just play the game to have fun. I don't really care what you do. Resistbeard gave me a hurt look, clearly offended by my indifference. What, bro? You expect me to be like, oh yeah, I need you on my team, Resistbeard. Please reset your account so we can hang out even more and you don't have to stalk me. What a weirdo. OP, sometimes you just gotta accept that people won't act how you want or how you expect them to 100% of the time. Resistbeard quickly changed the subject. Resistbeard,
You said you were a furry on stream the other day. Isn't that like a fetish thing?
I shook my head, a bit annoyed by his question. Furries are weird, I can agree with that, but just assuming that it's a sex thing always got on my nerves. Sometimes my siblings would bring up furries at the dinner table, and my parents would immediately bash on them, calling furries disgusting and expressing their extreme distaste for the entire group. I just sit there, quite glad that my parents don't go through my sketchbook. We got quite a large furry faction on the Discord, but I mean, they keep the weird stuff to the appropriate channels and don't really push it on anybody else. So yeah, I ain't got no problem with it. You like what you like. You like snakes with boobies? All right.
Darling, that is the tip of my tail.
Oh, she likes this?
I ain't gonna knock nobody for liking snoobies. OP just says, no. It's just a group of people who like anthropomorphic characters. Resistbeard,
Then why is there so much porn of it?
welcome to the internet, bro. OP, because people will be people, and sometimes, a lot of times, people can be horn dogs. Resistbeard,
I guess. Sorry. What's your fursona? I think that's what furries call it.
Bro, he knows about personas. You know he's just trying to play it cool. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's just trying to suss it out, like how deep OP is into it. OP, my persona's a protogen. It's a fictional cyborg species. Resistbeard.
Oh, like your online persona on Twitch.
OP, yes, like my online persona on Twitch. I love when people repeat stuff. That's a quick way to tickle me. Resistbeard.
Do you have any art of them?
OP. Yes and no. Dagger made a piece or two once as warm-up exercises. I don't really know where I have it saved though. Resistbeard.
If you find it, can I see it?
OP. Sure. Resistbeard.
I can't wait for the stream Friday. Hanging out with you and paper and scissors.
OP. Yeah, it'll be, fun. Oh yeah, what a treat. We arrived at his place and I dropped him off, waving goodbye before I headed on home. Home was just the usual for me. Walk in, say hi to my family, head to my room to work on homework. Once my assignments were out of the way, I opened up Discord and shot a quick message to the group chat between Scissors, Paper, and I. OP, is it alright if Resistbeard joins us for Stardew this Friday? Come on, you guys, say no. Save OP from herself. I had nothing better to do and honestly didn't feel like playing any games, so instead I just sat there, staring at the screen blankly as I waited for a response. Bro, I feel that vibe. And likely for the same reasons at that. I just felt so drained after spending the day managing an embroidery machine that refused to work reliably. Literally every time I turned around, a thread would break or a bobbin would run out and need to be replaced. 5 minutes later, and I received a response from Scissors. Scissors, sure, I don't mind. I'm just gonna say, like Rock, I'm not that sure about him. I'll give him a chance, though. Paper, I'm not opposed to it either, man. It's nice to have a guest every now and then. Should I invite him to the group chat? Whoa! OP, let's make a new group chat. Paper, good idea! And that is the hugest brain play. You're like, no, we don't need to soil what we have. We'll just make a separate one. I wonder if he'll notice that there's like no previous messages before he arrived. You know he would want to scroll back and creep on what everybody said. So Paper made the chat and invited Scissors, Resistbeard, and myself into it. I was pretty spent and didn't really chat at all. I just lurked. Resistbeard was pretty polite. For now. The mask hasn't come off completely, you see. Nighttime could not come any quicker. I just wanted to sleep. Hey look, don't let the sun dictate when you sleep, alright? I go sleep in the middle of the afternoon, I don't care. Tomorrow was Thursday, and I planned to stream that evening. A second playthrough of Metroid Dread seemed like a good idea. Oh, I need to get back into that. A hardcore playthrough? Yes, please! Maybe I could try some sequence breaks, or maybe I'd play some Astral Chain. Still had plenty of post-game stuff that I was sitting on. Heck, I could even return to Fishing Resort for the nostalgia, and hopefully not get a copyright strike for the sounds of the ocean. Yeah, being a content creator is pretty hard, man. I know that copyright's looser on Twitch than it is on YouTube, but yeah, they still out here. There was no rush to decide, really. I had the night set as surprise game on my schedule. Back when I had a real schedule, that is. Right now, I just stream when I have the time and the motivation. Feel that too. A schedule does help like 100%, but then it just feels more like a job and less like something that I chose to do. I took some time to work on setting up the Discord server that I was migrating my community to. The first server was slapped together, and my poor management led to the thing basically falling apart. I didn't feel like trying to salvage it, and I wanted to start fresh. It's kind of the same thing that happened to the ReddX Discord. Put it together when I was still doing gaming content. No roles, no permission restrictions and stuff like that. Then ReddX started to blow up, and I'm like, oh, I guess I gotta take this a bit more seriously. Eventually, I gave in to my exhaustion, and soon I was fast asleep in my desk chair, all cozy and wrapped up in a blanket. Go to the bed. What are you, a savage? My chair reclines, and I would much rather be in bed. Life was going pretty alright in my eyes. I had a wonderful group of friends, a lovely community, was doing alright in college, and I had an okay job for where I was in life. On top of all that, Ingress was pretty fun. Was. Section 2. You are faced with overwhelming cringe. Accept your helplessness. I have, OP, don't worry about that. Look at me, feeling sick as hell, still sitting here trying to get some of that good deep soul cringe to cleanse myself. So in the dead of the night, I woke up and found a couple of direct messages from Resistbeard. Resistbeard,
I've been wanting to ask, what's up with your boobs?
Do you have a big boob?
There's that good cringe. I feel alive again, if only for a moment. Resistbeard,
Are you there? Hello?
Oh my god, dude. Really? Really? Why would you ever ask anybody that? Hey, your boobs, what's up with them? I'm dying. I was too tired to deal with this. On top of that, I was not comfortable telling Resistbeard that I was trans. I both knew him and also barely knew him. Not enough to feel okay telling him. And yeah, that's your choice. OP, I'm just naturally flat-chested. Please, let me sleep. I fell back asleep. Come morning, I felt reborn. Nothing quite like 12 straight hours of sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that one shortly. No work on Thursdays, so it was my day to spend how I wanted. You know how I wanted to spend it up until it was time for the stream? I read JoJo on my Kindle and did not touch my computer. I just wanted a few hours to myself. I knew if I booted up my laptop, I'd be sucked into something and be in front of it all day long. I wanted to catch up on JoJo Stone Ocean before the anime adaptation of that part was released. That was the one long-running anime that I actually enjoyed, if only for the memes. Most anime is quite outside my wheelhouse, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Time flew by, and an hour before the stream, I was carrying my laptop and microphone downstairs to set up everything with my capture card. Once that was all said and done, I headed back upstairs to steep some tea. I still hadn't checked my Discord, or anything for that matter today, so now would be a good time, right? No, not before the stream, don't do it. It could ruin your whole mood, you don't know what's in there, I don't encourage it. I was greeted by a couple of messages from various people, mostly Resistbeard, as well as a ping from my server's staff channel. Resistbeard,
I have a surprise for you tonight. I hope you like it. Also, sorry about the question about your breasts earlier. It's just been bothering me.
Your boobs, they bother me. Okay, keep it to yourself. OP, it's fine. Just don't do it again. I'll see you next time I see ya. I checked the group chat Paper had created the previous day. Nothing new really, just Resistbeard stating how excited he was for the Stardew stream, and Scissors giving him a basic rundown of where we were in the game, as well as that we play in a very particular way. What's the particular way? That sounds pretty ominous too. Next, I checked the staff channel. Nothing too important, just stuff about the upcoming staff meeting with all the admins. We were squaring away a time and creating a list of topics that needed to be addressed. Rock had added Resistbeard to that list. Definitely a good practice to have. We do the same thing on my Discord server quarterly. Every 3 months, we'll talk about all of the rules and see what needs revising. Luckily, problem users aren't necessarily on that list because we just boot them. That's fine. My tea was done. I went back downstairs and retrieved Metroid Dread from my shelf, popping my cartridge into my Switch. I had decided that I'd stream that and then switch over to Astral Chain after an hour or two. I launched the game and left it on the title screen, turning my attention to my laptop where OBS was open. The stream info needed changing, and I still had some equipment checks to do. Returned to Planet ZDR and then to the Astral Plane. Title set, game set, tag set. I tested my voice changer. Yep, that worked as well. 5 minutes until the stream. Well, you really seem to have a system going here. I swear every ReddX stream breaks down for at least the first 30 minutes. So the people that stick around for it are the real ones, you know. Thoughts and questions about that surprise that Resistbeard had danced through my head. What the hell might he have in store? Nothing good. I hit the button and started streaming early, putting the broadcast on my setup screen. Clips and short highlights from my channel played, bordered by information listing my recent followers, a chat log, a follower goal, and a message that said, "Stream starting shortly." I psyched myself up, getting ready to unmute myself and greet the chat. God, I feel this, man. Streaming really does take a different breed. YouTube videos, slap it up there, walk away. Streaming is like, okay, I actually have to act like a presentable human being. And I have a hard time with that. Social anxiety flares up real quick. Already, a few of my regulars had shown up. No moderators, though, so I would be on my own. That's all right, into the depths. The start went smoothly after I unmuted, and I dove into my second playthrough of Metroid Dread.
Hey everybody, I'm back!
Resistbeard hadn't shown his face, yet, luckily. The knowledge that he had something planned was ever present in the back of my mind. What was it? A donation? A gifted game? What was he going to do? Oh, that's true. He could totally ply Milady with presents and be like, yeah, I bought you this game, so now you have to switch your team on Ingress so we can hang out together forever. And whether you accept that gift or not, doesn't matter. I don't owe you nothing. You're doing it with the intention of being paid back in kind, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. And of course, I would find out about all that soon enough. Speeding through the game's early areas, I didn't see the beard at all in the chat. Suddenly, I was raided by another streamer. About a dozen viewers were suddenly in my chat. Among them was Resistbeard. Oh, that's not so bad, I guess. OP. Hey, thanks so much for the raid, random streamer. Resistbeard.
He was asking who he should raid at the end of his stream, and I suggested you.
Random streamer.
Yeah, I've heard so much good about you from Resistbeard. I figured I'd help out a fellow small streamer.
Well, that is rather nice, isn't it? And OP says, oh, thank you so much. Despite what it looked like, however, this was not the Beardo's surprise. That would come later. Oh God, I thought it was nice and innocent. I'm like, okay, I could probably live with that. The raid members were nice, and a lot of them actually stuck around for quite a while instead of just leaving after a few minutes. Conversations were had, and honestly, I miss a lot of those people. They were very pleasant. I would go back and join the streamer's Discord, but Resistbeard might still be in there, and I want nothing to do with him. Resistbeard.
Those Emmy things are cool, yet creepy looking. Why do they want Samus so badly?
OP. The reason is a spoiler, and I'd rather not spoil the game for anyone who hasn't played it yet. But the ending is so good. If you haven't played Metroid Dread, please do. My jaw dropped. Resistbeard.
How are you so calm under pressure as they hunt you? Aren't you scared?
OP. I used to be when I first played, but I've learned how the AI works. I can see the patterns and quirks to their behavior. Also, the fear and tension just sort of wore off. I'm more frustrated with them than scared when they catch me. Plus, I'm more focused on the incredible animation work for them. The developers got the Emmy to move so fluidly and in such unsettling ways. It must have taken them months to get it right. They are super creepy though. They kind of got me at first, but yeah, By the end, I think frustration is the correct way to describe the emotion. Resistbeard says,
so it's just overexposure and familiarity and awe.
OP, yep. Resistbeard,
I like the design, if I'm being honest. It looks like something out of Portal.
it's honestly quite fitting for Resistbeard to be fond of the Emmy, mechanical nightmares that hunt down Samus in special zones. In a way, Resistbeard was sort of like an Emmy that wasn't restricted to a specific area. He would locate me and hunt me down almost relentlessly until I finally cut him out of my life. Wherever I went, he'd usually be pretty damn quick to show up, constantly chasing after me and trying to
Win my affection,
simping after his chosen
milady.
And simp he did. Remember that surprise? Yeah, I do. It was so close to the end of my stream, and nearly everyone had left except for Resistbeard. I had already switched over to Astral Chain and was slowly working my way through the post-game content. Resistbeard,
I donated. Why isn't it showing up on the stream?
OP, huh? Oh, thanks so much. Every donation helps out my channel. Apologies for the lack of an alert. I never set up a donation alert since I didn't expect that I'd actually receive any donations while still being so small. Alright, but OP, if you have a donation link set up, then do set up the alerts for it. You know what I'm saying? I got a Patreon and all of this other stuff set up just because it's nice to give people the option, you know? If you want to give me some money, then I should allow you to do so, and you should also be recognized for it. So how much was the money? Resistbeard says,
$50. You should use that to commission art of your first soda. Maybe you could commission one of those NSW artists.
No. What the hell? OP, I appreciate the suggestion, but I'd rather not sexualize myself. Should I still stay in character? I was disgusted. As anybody would be. Thanks for the $50, but I'm never going to do that. Here, I'm gonna issue a refund right now. I don't want your dirty money. Was Resistbeard really that intent on getting his rocks off to my VTuber character, yanking his crank to a robot? Oh, what the absolute hell? Despite my discomfort and disgust, I soldiered on, managing to keep a calm and professional facade up somehow. OP, I am a strictly safe for work character. Resistbeard,
Come on. It doesn't have to be revealing. Maybe just something cute.
bro, if you're trying to buy my soul like that, it's gonna cost you way more than $50. OP, perhaps. I'd rather put the money towards a better computer though, or upgrade my own processor. Resistbeard,
What are your specs? If you know what I mean.
OP, Intel Core i5 with built-in Intel HD graphics, 8 GB RAM, 1 TB hard disk drive. I listed off some computer components in a monotone voice in an attempt to try and steer the conversation away from the awkward path that Resistbeard was trying to direct it towards. Resistbeard,
No, not like that. What about your other hardware?
Kickband. I don't want to talk about any of this. You're being a real creep and I don't appreciate it. Goodbye forever. But OP just says, yeah, stock combination nanite visor and display, stock fan cooling system, stock titanium flex case. I went on and on, just saying random stuff that sounded right and not at all like a euphemism for anything sexual, in the hopes that Resistbeard would eventually just drop it, and he did, after a bit. Ugh. Drop the hammer. I would rather stream alone, honestly, rather than be assaulted by a lecherous neckbeard in the chat. So I should have kicked him. I should have just not put up with any of that, but I did put up with it. The conversation thankfully turned away from where Resistbeard was trying to take it, partially thanks to another viewer that joined and started chatting about the game that I was playing. Thank you, random viewer. The rest of the stream went relatively alright. Section 3. Rock, Defender of the Robot. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. His name is Rock and he's defending OP. It's horrible.
You just wanna, you move.
Easy rock. Not too many syllables.
So it was Friday. Hey! The day had finally arrived. The day of the stream with paper and scissors and Resistbeard. Honestly, I was starting to doubt that this was still a good idea. However, a promise is a promise, and I'm a person that keeps their word. Okay, yeah, me too, but he creepy though.
He was a creep.
I had no work again, so I spent my day working on my final essays for my classes and studying. Not much happened. Jumped to 45 minutes before the stream. Finally finished going over statistics. I booted up my laptop and logged on to Discord. The group chat made for the stream today had a new member, Rock. Scissors and Rock were in a call with Resistbeard, walking him through installing some Stardew mods, so I hopped in. Scissors.
Yo, OP, well, what's up?
Resistbeard.
Hey, OP, Rock is joining us.
Rock.
Yes, I am. It's been a while since I played a game with you.
OP. Oh, nice. So I'm guessing we'll need the unlimited farmers mod so we can play with 5 people. Scissors.
I'm gonna go make some tea.
Rock.
Rightio.
OP. How you doing, by the way? Rock.
You know, just hanging out.
By now, we could all hear Scissors singing Lost in Thoughts All Alone in the background, having forgotten to mute her microphone. Resistbeard.
OP, are you going to commission something?
OP. Maybe. Maybe not. Just tell him no. No, and I refunded your money. I don't need it. At this point, I switched on my voice changer. For some reason, I felt more comfortable with it on. I hardly ever had it off in most cases, even when I'm not live. It sort of became like a part of me over the time that I used it, and I felt sort of naked when I didn't have it on while around my online friends. Yeah, I used to be pretty uncomfortable with my voice too, but after 2,000 videos, you kind of just get over it. Rock.
Commission.
Resistbeard.
I donated some money to OP and suggested that they commission art of their persona.
OP. Yep. Rock.
Interesting.
We all fell silent for a moment, save for Scissors, who was still happily singing away as she made her tea. I joined in out of habit, being, a fellow theater kid. I can only imagine how my singing sounded with the voice changer on. Probably not great, but that's okay. It's pretty good for a robot. OP. Night breaks through the day, heart is stone. I don't know the song. Resistbeard.
OP?
OP replies, lost in thought. Yes? Resistbeard.
You're a great singer. And so is Scissors. Can you turn off your voice changer?
OP. Thanks. I'd like to keep it on, though. I know I'll forget to switch it back on if I turn it off. Resistbeard persists.
Please, I'll remind.
But Rock cut him off. Rock.
She said no!
That's why he gets the Arnie voice. I went on singing along with Scissors. Resistbeard.
OP?
OP. The silence and... Huh. Resistbeard.
What song is this?
OP. Lost in thoughts all alone. Once again, I started back up, singing along with Scissors, only to be interrupted yet again by the beard. Just kick him, bro. He's not taking the hint. Resistbeard.
LP!
Before I could even reply, Rock had already began. Rock.
Quiet! Just let her sing!
Stop it!
I like Rock. She kept a low tone, almost as if she were shushing a child. Resistbeard.
OP.
Rock. Shush. OP. Now, what is it? Resistbeard.
How you doing in Ingress?
God. This is so awkward. I can't hardly stand it. It's got me all tore up. OP. I'm still level 3. Resistbeard.
Have you given any thought to changing factions?
OP. Yeah, and my answer is still no. Sorry. I waited a moment and then went back to singing once more. About a minute later, Scissors returned. Scissors. Tea's done. Oh, what I miss. OP. Not much. Just hanging out, waiting for paper. Resistbeard.
You're a beautiful singer.
Scissors. Oh, for God's sake. Did I not mute my mic? OP. No, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Unless you have a beardo in the chat. Resistbeard.
You're an amazing singer. OP sang along.
Scissors. Oh, thanks. Rock.
Resistbeard, is Stardew Valley working now? Smappy is installed, right? And you've got the right things in your mod folder?
Resistbeard.
It's all in the right folders. The game launches.
Rock.
Good.
OP. Scissors. What kind of tea did you make over there? Scissors.
Earl Grey.
Resistbeard.
That sounds like a person's name.
Oh, thank you for your valuable input, Resistbeard. Scissors. It does, actually. Maybe I'll look up the history with this kind of tea later. I'm curious why it's named what it is. God, you guys are being way too nice. I think this is why I couldn't be a streamer, because people would figure out exactly what an asshole I am for seemingly no reason at all. While recording, I could take a couple of minutes, think about what was said, where I want to position myself. Live streaming, it's like, yeah, I'll probably just bite you for no reason at all. Especially if you're acting like this, just awkward and weird. I'm gonna bite your nose off, Resistbeard. Rock says,
OP, did you get your mod set up?
OP, yeah, I'm ready. Resistbeard.
Scissors, what was that song you were singing from?
Scissors. Fire Emblem. Just then, Papers joined the chat. Rock filled her in on the fact that she was also playing and to install a mod so a 5-player game would work. Paper. Great, I'll quickly set it all up on my end. Scissors. Paper, how's your cat? Paper. Oh, you know, just being a mischievous little gremlin. Currently scratching at the bathroom door. Whoa, my husband won't let him in there with him. Scissors. Oh, cats are gonna be cats, I suppose. Resistbeard.
OP, do you have any pets?
OP. Yeah, a dog. He's a capuchon. Resistbeard.
Do you have any pictures?
OP. I do. They're somewhere on my phone. I'll send a couple. Rock sighed in frustration as I pulled out my phone and sent a few pictures to the group chat. Meanwhile, Resistbeard commented on my dog. Resistbeard.
He's really cute. Like you.
I fell silent, cringing more than just a little. OP. Oh, thanks. Paper. Should we get ready for the stream? It's in about 15 minutes. Resistbeard.
You're right. OP, do you have everything set up?
OP. I'm opening OBS right now. I deafened myself in the call and got set up in OBS, testing audio levels and just going through the basic equipment checks. Gotta make sure everything's working, you know? I undefined, but stayed muted, making sure that the Discord was picking up at an acceptable level. Once everything was done, I simply muted myself and said, ready. I hit start streaming and muted everyone in the stream, letting the clips on my starting scene play. Rock.
Scissors, you're hosting, right?
Scissors. Yeah, I got the stream save. It's loaded right now. just paused. Can y'all hop in? Resistbeard, Rock, you'll both need to make characters. We all hopped in the game, and when we were all ready, I unmuted us on stream and switched over my scene to the game. And so, it begins. The beginning of the end. Paper, Scissors, and I played Stardew Valley in a very utilitarian way. Every extra house on the farm had its interiors gutted and were used as storage sheds. We were intent on maximizing space and efficiency mostly. However, this meant that everyone shared a single house and a single bed since we had also gutted everything non-essential in the home. Yeah, you see where this is going. This playstyle was, of course, very easily twisted into something creepy by Resistbeard. Alright, OP, you might be in the middle of a stream. You might have had everybody else set up mods so that Resistbeard could join you. It might not be particularly a thing that happens relatively often, but you can remove somebody from the stream. Close the game down, switch to the other group's chat, don't let him know where you're going, kick ban from the stream chat. He's been nothing but creepy online, and you see, that's where people let their freak flag fly because they're anonymous. He acts normalish in person because he doesn't have the nuts to say the things that he actually wants to say. So get rid of him! Everything actually started off pretty normal. Just 4 friends and a neckbeard playing Stardew Valley together. We watered our crops, and fished, and mined, and talked about stuff. Resistbeard asked us what kind of stuff we play, and if we watched any anime or played any other games. Ingress, especially. No, bro, I don't play any games. I play Stardew Valley 24/7. He was really pushing the game, telling Paper, Scissors, and Rock
that they should all play and join the resistance.
I was just sitting there cringing at how he was talking up the resistance like it was the best thing since sliced bread. First in-game day wasn't horrible, and Resistbeard didn't make any comments about the farm and house setup. The beard seemed to be testing the waters, as they do. He knew that Rock likely wasn't going to let him get away with being a creep, especially on stream. His questions and remarks became more and more questionable, and eventually he even commented on the fact that
all of our characters slept in the same bed, and that his character was the only male,
comparing it to polyamory or a harem. Ugh. You knew it was coming. He talked about
a virtual 5-sub
before suddenly saying,
"Nah, I'm just kidding."
But in every joke, there is a kernel of truth. And I don't like this. You're ruining the entire vibe. Get out! Either way, needless to say, that left all of us very uncomfortable. Every time Rock cut Resistbeard off or spoke to him, you could feel the venom dripping from her voice. He pushed further and further, and my disgust and discomfort grew further and further. I am so thankful that Rock was there. She handled Resistbeard and got him to back off, if only just a little. However, it wasn't enough to stop him from making the same comparison that he made the other day between me and the fictional character Sarah Coppola, as well as making uncomfortable comments on both my in-game and real-life appearance. Oh yeah, he loves that pixel OP. What a weirdo. OP, can you please stop? Resistbeard.
You don't like to be complimented?
OP, yeah I do, but not like that. Resistbeard.
Why won't you just accept my compliments?
Real nice guy coming out now. And Rock jumps in.
Dude, stop it! OP is clearly uncomfortable. We are all uncomfortable.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall. Just watch this chat unfold. This is going straight into my cringe compilation. Resistbeard.
It's just a compliment. It's a good thing, isn't it, OP?
I didn't open my mouth. Neither did Paper or Scissors. Part of me was just blindsided and in shock. I don't know why they didn't speak, though. Rock.
It's not a good thing to make remarks about people like that, especially if they don't like it.
Resistbeard.
I didn't ask you. I asked OP.
I still didn't respond. Respond with a kick ban. Sometimes silence is the best course of action. Sometimes kick ban is the best course of action. Rock.
And I am speaking in OP's stead. I don't like it when you talk to OP like that. And she doesn't like it when you do it either.
Resistbeard.
Why are you being so mean?
Rock.
I'm simply sick of how you talk to us.
Resistbeard.
But I was just complimenting all of you.
Rock.
OP, mute the stream.
Uh-oh. I did as I was told, muting all audio going through OBS. Resistbeard.
What?
Rock.
Get out. Leave the call. I don't want you in here.
God damn, you love to see it. Super double plus MVP play. The trophy goes to you, Rock. Resistbeard.
Come on. I'm sorry.
Resistbeard had changed his tune, immediately feigning remorse, but Rock was having none of it. Rock.
I don't care. Get out.
Resistbeard.
Come on. Don't be such an asshole.
Resistbeard muttered,
Bitch.
under his breath, probably thinking that his microphone wouldn't pick it up. Unfortunately for him, his mic was very sensitive, and we all heard what he had said. What followed was Rock yelling at Resistbeard for a short moment, just completely going off on him. Explosive! I was a little glad that this was only over the internet and not in person. I'm pretty sure that Rock would have thrown hands and probably even gotten this beard sent to the hospital. The last thing she needs is an assault charge. Is it bad that I kinda wish I could have seen Rock give Resistbeard a full-on beatdown? Not at all. I think we're all feeling the same way. I think that he would change his ways exceptionally quickly if he got the boots put to him. Finally, Paper kicked Resistbeard out of the call and the group chat. Rock didn't even notice for a few seconds, still screaming at nothing. There's a lot of rage in there. When she finally noticed, Rock quieted down, silently seething. Scissors. You alright? Rock.
No, I can't stand him. Sick fuck. He thinks he can get away with crap like, hey, nice ass, and get away with it.
Paper. He's gone. Calm down. OP, I'ma ban him from the server. OP, please. I sort of felt bad, but Resistbeard did need to go. Honestly, I was still in shock. Rock.
OP, cut off contact with him.
OP, I'll try, but I do know him in person. Scissors. Oh, please, be careful. Sometimes, OP, when running a community, you gotta cut the bad fruit off of the tree. Do I ever want to see people kicked out of my Discord server? No, of course not. That means the community gets smaller, maybe some people get butt mad at me, but if you can't play by the rules, you're in there making other people uncomfortable, then I will sacrifice the one for the sake of the many, you know? Not an easy thing to do, but it is 100% for the best. So, she ended the game session and I ended the stream. No goodbye to my viewers or anything. I was tired. The sheer cringe and discomfort that Resistbeard had brought to the stream left me mentally drained. OP? Sorry about him. I had no idea. That was a bit of a lie. I sort of knew yesterday during the solo stream. My insistence on upholding a promise was ultimately what led us here. Paper. It's alright. It's over now. He's banned. Whoa! But it was not over. Resistbeard was only just getting started. OP, good night, everyone. I'm gonna go eat some dinner and get the hell to bed. Tomorrow is a new day. Scissors. Good night, OP. Paper. I'll see you tomorrow. Rock.
See you when I see you.
I left the call, shut everything down, and went to eat. In my haste to just get to sleep as fast as possible, I forgot to block Resistbeard. I'm not sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. The next morning, I logged back on the Discord and found a couple of messages from Resistbeard and some good night and good morning messages from Paper, Scissors, and Rock. Resistbeard,
I think I know something that you'd be interested to know.
The following message made my mood immediately tank. My heart raced. I just wanted to curl up and die. What was the message? Oh, cliffhanger! I'll end this here for now. Sorry it's a cliffhanger, but this chapter is getting long enough as it is. The Google Doc file I wrote this in is already 15 to 20 pages. Yeah, that's beefy. Anyways, I'll see y'all next time in the next installment of Resistbeard. Remember, don't pineapple your portals, but do eat a pineapple, cause fruit is good for you. Dizzy, out. P.S. Next part may take a while. I have to delve into some topics that are incredibly uncomfortable for me and that I honestly don't want to talk about. This is the turning point where the story gets really dark.
You have to go on a date with me.
Oh no, it is a date with the beard.
Why are you running?
Resistbeard Saga, Chapter 3, The Date. Please don't let it be a real date. Please don't let it be a date with the beard. Oh, I'm hoping against hope. But that title is really ominous. Hey y'all, hi Adadism. Welcome back to the Resistbeard Saga, Chapter 3 or Part 4, whatever you prefer. This is where things start to really spiral downwards. The beard goes from being cornered to cornering me. It was not pretty and not fun. Good God, I hope it doesn't get too dark, honestly. I know Dizzy's told me in the Discord that it doesn't go the Weezybeard way 100%, but that doesn't mean it won't get uncomfortable. Many thanks to the amazing ReddX, and the incredible Moonhorse, the horse, for reading my story. Go and subscribe to both of them if you haven't already. I'm subscribed to Moonhorse. I can't subscribe to my own content though, so that kind of puts a monkey wrench in the plans there, doesn't it? The previous parts of my story can be found here, 1, 2, 3, and if you'd rather listen to the parts narrated, well, ReddX made an oh-so-convenient playlist that can be found right here. But don't click that, because that'll just pause the video. The links are in the description, as per usual. Description and or comments, maybe. I've been finding it pretty difficult to leave it in a comment consistently, but that's all right. The description works. Also, for those asking about my Twitch channel, I will drop a link to it in the final part of the story. I'm still dealing with some of Resistbeard's friends harassing me, and opening up my channel further and making my Discord server more accessible would just make things harder for the staff and I. We're pretty much just banning people if they're new and they mention his name. Yeah, this is going to cause a lot of problems. I know you're going to open it up after the last part and there's going to be all sorts of people creeping in there like, hey, is Resistbeard still in here? I want to observe the beard for myself. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend it. Dealing with beards is an act that should be left solely to trained professionals. But okay, whatever, I can't live your life for you. We just want any bits of the beard and his friend gone from this community. It got pretty scary and we're worried about his friends seeking some sort of revenge. Boy, this is gonna get serious, isn't it? I'm also pretty surprised by the fact that he actually has friends. Who are these friends? Are we sure they're not just like online personas that he has adopted? I'm gonna go ahead and press X to doubt. Yes. I need to warn you that this is where the story gets a little bit dark. Things may get better in some spots, but the descent just continues, at least until the story is just about over. Resistbeard had me in check for quite a while, and I couldn't do much about it. Aw, man. I was hoping for some of the silly ha-has. I'm sure we'll still get some just by nature of Resistbeard being a neckbeard, but yeah, it sucks OP had to go through this situation, find out that people can be like this in this sort of way. I will say though, from this point forward, that OP probably gonna have her head on more of a swivel. So, I guess take the good with the bad. Not that we actually have that much of a choice, I suppose. Apologies for any formatting errors. I do my best to fix things after pasting this into a Reddit post from Google Docs, but you know, I might miss a few things. It does happen every now and again. It's been a while since we read the cast list. It's relatively short, so let's run through that. We got OP, a 20-year-old trans woman standing at about 6'1", skinny as a stick, an avid Ingress player, and also terminally stupid at times. I'm also pretty kind, and that can easily be taken advantage of without me even realizing it at times. But OP, I do encourage you to never lose that side of yourself. Don't become a cynic like ReddX. We don't need more of that in the world. We need the wholesome girls and wholesome boys. That's the only thing that's gonna get this ship turned around. We also got Taz, a friend of mine that I've known since high school and who works at the same place as I do. There's an inside joke in my friend group that the two of us are dating since we spend so much time hanging out together. We sarcastically play along for kicks and giggles. He is not an Ingress player at this part of the story, but later on starts playing. He's also the person that introduced OP to ReddX, which is, I just gotta give him infinite props there. That word of mouth, ooh, you can't buy advertising like that. So I owe you, Taz. I definitely appreciate you out there doing work for ReddX Industries. We also got Ray, an acquaintance from high school. Resistbeard got into contact with them. They go to the same college as Resistbeard. Alright, so I guess we gotta watch Ray. He's a little bit sus. And finally, of course, there is RB, short for Resistbeard, the dreaded beard of this saga. Flabby, creepy, and checking nearly all the boxes of your common average garden variety neckbeard, except for the fact that he goes outside. Resistbeard became the bane of my existence online and in person since around the start of November, but at the time of writing this, he is pretty much cut out of my life. His friends, however, are not. Come on, how many friends could he possibly have? 2? Alright, I blocked both of them. The story is officially over. Maybe I'm underestimating him. Maybe he is a social butterfly. And that is yet another way that he breaks the beard mold. They don't all fit into the same little box, you see? If they did, then the disease would be a lot easier to cure. We got trigger warnings for blackmail, mentions of sexual assault, mentions of drugging, and also theft. Oh boy. We digging up some stealth beard vibes in this one, I guess. And so with all that said, we are back into the story. So, we all have secrets that we'd rather take to the grave, right? Or rumors about us that are true but can't be proven? Nah, none of that. Nah, not me. Don't ask me any more questions. I will tell you no more lies. Well, Resistbeard, it turns out, had been looking up my username and real name and scouring the web for me. This led him to one of my acquaintances from high school who just so happened to also go to the same college as he did. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Googling is one of a neckbeard's greatest superpowers. We've all kind of forgotten about OPSEC in the age where your personal data can be easily monetized by giant megacorporations, but it's still important. Please don't tell anybody anything that you might regret later. Although again, I'm probably not the poster child for that PSA. In high school, I was a bit of a delinquent deep down, despite my calm and passive demeanor, and I made some bad decisions. Namely, one year I borrowed a school laptop, Reed stole a school laptop, and I was caught. Why did I take it? To circumvent a punishment from my parents. I regret what I did, and I felt truly sorry. I'd broken the trust of so many people, and it hurt for everyone involved. It was terribly simple. I'm so lucky that I got off with a slap on the wrist, and the school didn't get the police involved or decide to press charges. I've bettered myself and since turned over a new leaf. However, no matter how much one repents for a sin and becomes a better person, they can't really erase the crime itself. The thing I did haunted me for the rest of high school. There were rumors about what I had done, despite the fact that the school faculty tried to keep it from getting out. Although there was some evidence, nobody could really prove it. Well, 20 years old is pretty young. One day you'll look back on it and laugh. One laptop, that's really nothing. I have often joked about the time that I stole $25,000 from the US Navy. Yes, as time passes on, it seems like less and less of a big deal. I did my time. I got out. What do you want? Eventually, I guarantee you'll reach a point that nobody but you will remember. And then you can bring it up as it's just a fun anecdote at parties. That's what I do. So yes, guess what this acquaintance of mine told Resistbeard? He told them about the rumors. They told him all about the laptop theft rumors. Which again, I don't know if it's that big a deal. Okay, yeah, I stole a laptop. The best thing you can do is really confront it head on, accept it, and be like, you know what? It did happen, it's part of my past, and I'd prefer to leave it in the past. Thank you very much. How are you ever going to twist this one into blackmail? Charges weren't even pressed. What is going on? I had always been scared of it getting out at a capacity where it's actually investigated. I don't know if the school would still deny that it happened, and I'm scared of losing my job over this. I'm scared that people will think differently of me because of what I did, despite the fact that I'm a different person now than I was then. What's the statute of limitations on that? You should probably look that up. Unless it was a really beefy laptop, it's probably only a misdemeanor, so I wouldn't worry all too much about that. As far as people judging you for it, whatever, dude. The real ones know, okay? If somebody brought up my charges and was like, oh, look, ReddX is a terrible person because this happened, I'll be like, yeah, how'd you find out about that? From me. And you know how I feel about it nowadays? I think it's funny, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. But again, you're a lot closer to it than I was, you know? Give it a decade, it'll roll off your back. It's really not as big a deal as you think it is. But all right, for OP's sake, we're gonna roll along and see what is going on inside of her head. OP says, even just remembering this makes me ashamed of myself. I'll just be laying in bed and suddenly remember, and it'll be an hour of just, you're so damn stupid. You hurt every single teacher by doing that. You broke everyone's trust. Or I'll be in the middle of doing something mundane and suddenly remember and start beating myself up over it all over again. It's one of those things that I just can't shake. Just an insecurity that leads to a cycle of self-hatred. Yeah, I guess I would be slightly more ashamed about it if I liked the command that I was in, but they crapped all over me all the time, so I took my chance, I got my revenge, I feel good about it. I'm sure OP had her own set of reasons for doing what she did. I mean, circumventing parents' punishment, okay, but even deeper than that, why did the punishment require circumventing? Because OP felt more like she could be herself online than in person, right? Ah, now we're getting down to the root of the matter. It's not like you tried to just pawn the thing and make a quick buck. You had your reasons. The world just ain't black and white. Anyways, saying this all on here honestly scares me. I own up to what I did and I feel genuine remorse, but I'm still scared that it could come back and destroy my life. I just wish that I could bury it deep down and move on. I'm scared of judgment from others, and it is so difficult to open up about all this. I apologize if it seems like I'm blowing it out of proportion, because honestly, I likely kinda am. I just have a tendency to dwell on past mistakes. I'm working on that though. Well, like I said, I do think it's a bit blown out of proportion, but it was only a few years ago for you at this point, so I can kind of see where you're coming from. Trying to look at it through your eyes, yes, it might make me a little bit nervous, but if the school was going to pursue charges, then I think they would have done so already. The laptop came back, didn't it? Everything's fine. No harm, no foul, as far as I'm concerned. Resistbeard pops in and says,
You stole a laptop when you were in high school?
OP? What are you talking about? This bastard was playing a game of chess against me that I wasn't even aware of, and this piece of information had put me in check. Only if you give it validity. Lend no credence to that. You just be like, yeah, I did, so what? Although, what are you talking about probably is the smarter answer. In case he's wearing a wire or something. Get him, he's wearing a wire.
He's wearing a wire!
What? You son of a...
Resistbeard repeated himself.
You stole a laptop.
OP? No. What would have given you that idea? Resistbeard?
Ray told me what you did. He knows it's true. I know it's true. Wouldn't it be terrible if I dropped hints to your employer about this?
OP? How do you know Ray? Resistbeard?
I did a bit of research.
Do you really enjoy the screen printing job enough to freak out about getting fired because of a laptop? Honestly, I just explained it to the boss. Be like, yeah, I did it. No charges were pressed. I'm a different person now. If you really see it as something irreconcilable, then okay, I'll go find another job after I exact my revenge upon Resistbeard. But no matter what, the worst thing you can do in life is letting yourself get backed into a corner like this. Get those claws out. Bite his freaking nose off. Make him regret the day he ever met you. Resistbeard was straight up acting like a Bond villain. No longer some awkward and relatively harmless beard. It was like a switch had flipped. Now he was
Mr. Beard,
or
Grease Finger,
if you prefer. I like Grease Fingers. Because he's eating tendies all the time. You get it? Ah, fuck. Resistbeard?
unban me from your server, or I'll tell your employer and anywhere else that I can about the laptop.
Who's gonna believe anonymous hints? This has no credence to it. It's all hearsay and I will not be cowed by it. But instead, OP starts shaking, seething with rage. This beard was so quick to seek revenge and force his way back into my life with blackmail. My blood was boiling. I wanted to scream, or to cry, or to just punch this dude in the freaking face next time I saw him. You can do that. You can do all those things and more. But the one rule you must never break is that there is no sex in the champagne room.
And there's no sex in the champagne room.
Wait, that's not it. Don't let yourself be cornered. Do not bend over. Stand strong, proud, defiant. Yes. And on this unbanning issue, OP does stand defiant and says, I can't unban you. The admins did a vote and collectively decided that it was best for the server to ban you. Resistbeard.
But aren't you the owner? Can't you override a decision?
OP, give me a moment. Just say no. No, I can't. I'm not actually the server owner. Problem solved. I had to be careful. This beard could so easily destroy my livelihood. His unhygienic hands held pretty much all of the cards. Only as long as you let him. Smack those cards out of his hand, OP. Tell him to do his worst and that you ain't scared of shit. It's what I would do. 100%. OP, make a new account. They'll just ban you repeatedly if you use the same one. Resistbeard.
But my Nitro subscription. Get your staff under control.
Yes, my unpaid staff. Right. Let's keep in mind that they're the ones doing me a favor here. You think my Discord mods are gonna stick around if I'm just crapping all over them all the time? No. They're not employees. They're dedicated friends and fans of the channel that have decided to help out. Honestly, they're the ones that have to keep me under control most of the time. Because I do love a tangent, just like that one. OP says sorry, I can't do anything about your Nitro subscription. It's only $10 a month anyways. Are you that broke? It's even debatable if it's worth the $10. Like, woohoo, animated emojis. And then, that's it. Although, it does offer the server boosts, which is pretty cool because I got a vanity URL now. Discord GG/ReddX for all your Discord needs. Resistbeard just says,
Fine, but because of this, if you don't want me to tell your work about what you did, then you need to compensate.
oh God, OP? Okay, what is it? Just tell my work, bro. None of this is worth it, alright? I watched the Stealthbeard Saga. It's never gonna end until you pump the brakes on it. And once you pump the brakes, the whole world doesn't come crashing down and you realize that the trump card that he was holding was nothing but an index card with an X written on it in Sharpie. That's a reference to Ramtide's recent story. Honestly, I didn't know what else to do though. I had no real choice. Just say no and risk my job and any future job? I couldn't. How else would I pay for college? I'm already on the verge of going into debt, though to be fair, I was probably worrying too much at the time. Yeah, this dude wants you to think that he has like an infinite reach, but look at it from a boss's perspective. You get this anonymous tip, okay, maybe call the employee in to talk about it. Worst comes to worst, maybe that employee gets fired, but not every boss in town is going to be like, oh no, I got an email about you. You took a laptop. Yeah, okay. You caught me. I've been the laptop rambler this whole time. Nobody's going to care. They're going to be like, oh, stupid email, trash. Resistbeard says,
You have to go on a date with me.
oh no, it is a date with the beard.
Why are you running?
Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh God. Oh crap. I'm demisexual and demi-romantic. Already I knew that this would not work out. Not to mention just the thought of going on a date with Resistbeard made me want to throw up. His comments from yesterday just screamed that he would try and make physical advances on me. OP? No. Resistbeard?
Please?
OP? Is there anything else that I could do instead? Resistbeard?
No. I want to go on a date with you. Just one date.
Yeah, just one date to start. But you give a mouse a cookie, that type of stuff. Don't fall for this. That's fine. Send your stupid email to my job. I don't even care. Did I really have a choice? Yes, you did. If I said no, then he'd ruin my life. Quite the predicament I was in. OP just says, fine. What day, where, and what time? I groaned. Resistbeard said,
Tomorrow at the local restaurant at 6:30 p.m.
OP? Alright, I guess I'll see you there. Resistbeard?
Yeah, see you then, cutie.
Cutie. Oh man. This has been a trash fire this whole time, but it's only getting more trash fiery as it goes on. I wish you would have held your ground, OP. I promise you it would have made for a much shorter, less painful experience, and you wouldn't be rewarding a beardo for his bad behavior. Bleh. I could only imagine how terribly this would go. I dreaded this date already. Maybe I could bail. Just fake being sick? Anything to not have to go. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, this is like the bargaining phase of grief or something like that. I could invite Taz to keep an eye on the situation and intervene if things got out of hand, you know, off to the side. Resistbeard had never met him in person, so he wouldn't suspect a thing. I quickly texted him, OP, hey, I'm in a bit of a situation with Resistbeard. I need your help. I filled in Taz on all that had happened, and he was shocked, and also a little frustrated that I had let Resistbeard corner me like this. However, he did seem more than willing to help me out. Taz is a G, bro. He's been listening to the lessons of ReddX for a long time now. I gotta give him the Artie voice, right? Taz,
Sure, I'm down. I'm always down. I'm not going to let anything happen if I can help it. I have an idea, though. I'll tell you more tomorrow.
OP, all right. The rest of the day was as normal as it could be, all things considered. I finished up the JoJo Stone Ocean manga. It had a weird ending, but that's not related to this. Yeah, OP's on them tangents too. It's all rubbing off. All the while, Resistbeard sent creepy and suggestive messages to me every now and then. I'd always respond with an okay or a cool. The fact that he could seemingly get me fired if he wanted was paralyzing. I couldn't take any risks. Get you fired if he wanted? No. He can attempt to get you fired, but I don't think that all that would work out the way that he thinks it would. But I suppose we'll never know. Resistbeard,
What are you gonna wear to the date? Is something cute?
OP, just wait and see. You probably should have just answered okay. Cool. It's like those scam baiting videos where they only tell the scammer yes. Yes. I would not humor Resistbeard. I wasn't even gonna wear anything special, just jeans and a t-shirt and a jacket. The next day was spent in a panic. When put on the spot and cornered, I have a tendency to overreact, and my mind always imagines the worst possible scenarios that could come from something. This date, of course, was no exception to that rule. Sexual assault? Kidnapping? Would he even try to do something? The last thing I wanted was getting drugged or some sort of date rape happening. What if he told my boss regardless of whether I listened to him or not? Yeah, he does seem just the sort to do that. Blackmail is risky business. You have to have some level of trust in the other person that they're not just gonna dump it over your head once they get what they want. I would say gather some notes and take it to the cops, but OP seems pretty paranoid about the laptop stuff, so I don't know if that's gonna happen. It is quite a quandary. Just then, Taz texted me. Taz?
So, I think you should lose the makeup and mask. Go full boy mode on Resistbeard. Tell him outright that you're transgender.
That isn't a bad plan, all things considered. Resistbeard doesn't 100% know yet. He asked about OP's boobs in the last episode. Well, guess what? Here it is, the answer to all of your burning questions. OP asks, why? Taz?
I think it will deter him.
OP, are you sure? I have to be careful. One wrong move and my job's out the window. Taz?
Forget that. I can talk to our boss. She'll understand.
God, I just want to pinch Taz's little face. He's so smart. Who's my smart little boy? That's exactly what you need to do. But OP still has some anxiety and says, what if she doesn't understand? I don't want to risk it. Taz?
Fine. Enjoy being Resistbeard's object of affection. I'll see you in a half hour.
OP? Alrighty. See ya. It felt like I was carrying so much on my shoulders, as if Resistbeard was trying to crush me with his weight. It was suffocating. But Taz handed you your out on a silver platter. You should have gobbled that up. Be like, yeah, actually, we will talk to the boss. Cancel the date, whatever. I'm gonna have a little bit of me time this evening. Take a flying leap, Resistbeard. But none of that happened. 5:30 rolled around and Taz arrived at my house. I was sitting on my bed, thoughts in a frenzy. My sister had let him in and told him that I was back in my room. He entered. Taz?
Hey, OP. You doing all right?
OP? Just hanging in there. God, I hope we can find a way out of this. Taz.
I do too.
My friend noticed the Kindle sitting next to me and pointed to it, asking a question to try and change the subject from the date, which drew nearer with each passing second. Taz.
What you been reading?
OP. Final issue of Stone Ocean, over and over again. It makes sense, but at the same time, it doesn't really. We talked for a bit, and I had almost completely forgotten about the date. The reminder on my phone snapped me back to reality as it vibrated in my pocket. Oh, right. Cue that funeral dirge. It's not too late. Pull the plug on this whole thing. Take whatever consequences come. It's gonna be okay, I promise. Just as my mood was improving, I was dragged right back into the feeling of despair. I grabbed some clothes and Taz and I drove to his place. I changed and then off to the date with Resistbeard. Taz.
You sure you don't want to try my idea?
OP. I'm sure. I'm scared it'll just upset him. That's really the last thing that I want to do right now. Taz.
Suit yourself.
Taz shook his head and sighed as I parked the car. Come on, bro's full of good ideas. The boy mode thing, that's pretty legit. The talking to the boss thing, that is the most legit. That is the direction that I probably would have recommended going. But I suppose hindsight's always 20/20, and we just gotta go from where we're at. Taz.
I'll sit a few tables away if I can. We should have a sign or something if you want me to intervene.
OP. All right. How about I pat my shoulder 3 times as the signal? Taz.
Okay.
OP. Thanks, by the way. I don't know what I'd do without you. I grabbed the door handle, not at all ready to get out and meet up with Resistbeard, but I couldn't back out now. It felt like everything was on the line. Again, only as much as you let it be. You're not in the restaurant yet. You can still turn around and walk away. No, she's not gonna walk away, is she? It's called the date, not the almost date. Taz.
It's not a problem. Just helping a friend. Mind if I get your keys? Just in case.
I stepped out, tossing the car keys to Taz at his suggestion. Taz.
I'll wait in the car for a moment and come inside in just a few minutes.
I nodded, headed towards the restaurant doors. Here I go. Into the fray. Stepping into the building, my head was on a swivel, searching for Resistbeard. He wasn't hard to find, sticking out like a sore, swollen thumb in a chair that looked far too small for him. He smiled creepily at me, and I really had no choice but to approach. I couldn't leave now that he knew I was here. You could, though. You don't owe anybody your time or attention. Just smile and walk up to him and whisper in his ear that he's a fat, disgusting pig before you walk back out. Go ahead, do whatever you're gonna do. I ain't scared of you. You really think you're somebody? You're nothing, and deep down you know it. I did sit down at the table, though, across from Resistbeard. Thank God he didn't call out to me. I don't think I could handle the feeling of everyone staring. Resistbeard.
Hi, OP. I'm glad you could make it.
OP. Yeah? It's good to see ya. The way he looked at me, like I was a piece of meat. Ugh. I am not some steak to feast on. No siree. Especially not for the likes of Resistbeard, who 100% manipulated you to be here and then decides to open up with pleasantries like all this is normal. Oh, I'm glad you could make it. Well, if I didn't, you'd try and get me fired, right? Just throw it in his face at every turn. You're a piece of trash. I'm here under duress. If you died, I wouldn't do anything. I'd walk out and go home. I'd say a short prayer that the ambulance didn't make it in time. Which might seem harsh, but not too harsh for this beard. Not after all we know. Resistbeard.
Why do you always wear that mask?
OP. I have a weak immune system and social distancing. I partially lied. Resistbeard.
Oh, should we go someplace then? Where there aren't as many people?
OP. No, I'm fine. Which is a good answer, honestly. Hell no, I'm not going to a more private area with this creep. He really wants to see what's behind the mask. What if you pull like a Melina from Mortal Kombat and pull the mask off and just spray acid on him with your dagger mouth or whatever it is? That would be the happiest ending of all. Resistbeard says,
Come on, are you sure?
OP, yeah, I'm sure. Resistbeard,
okay.
I took a glance out the window. Taz was now walking towards the door. OP, so how do you know Ray? Resistbeard,
We both go to the same college.
OP, huh, neat. I nodded, and there was this awkward but extremely welcome silence between us for a moment. Now, you might be wondering who Ray is, aside from somebody who went to high school with me, and the truth is, I didn't know him all too well. So my judgment at the beginning, 100% accurate. Ray is sus. Soon the waiter arrived at our table and asked us about drinks. I got some water. Resistbeard asked for a Mountain Dew, but the restaurant didn't have any, so he settled for a Sierra Mist. God, it's just like Truckerbeard yesterday. At least Resistbeard didn't have a meltdown about it, I guess. Taz had taken a seat in a booth close by, and I hummed a little, staring off into space. It's not often that I get to hum. I spend so much time at home, and my little brother is like the sound police. Nobody can hum anywhere around him, or he'll get upset. But I digress. Well, I would not placate that behavior at all. Yeah, I'm humming. Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Resistbeard says,
You're very musical, aren't you?
OP? Mm-hmm. Resistbeard.
What song?
OP? Great Days. Resistbeard.
Like the days we'll spend together?
It's like a punch right in the gut. I hate everything that you said just now. I wish OP would just legit say that to him. Start dropping bombs. We're in a blackmail situation, okay? We're past playing nicey nice, aren't we? Instead, OP says internally, no, just no. To be completely honest, anytime I was with Resistbeard after this point, I was one step away from having a freaking breakdown. It was moments with him that made me wish that I'd have an excuse to go back into quarantine lockdown just to avoid him. And OP says out loud, maybe not. Probably not. I flipped Resistbeard off under the table. I don't know why, I just did. Whatever makes you feel better, I guess. Not an easy moment to get through, I guarantee! The waiter returned and we ordered our food. While we waited, I quickly went to the bathroom. No reason except to get away from Resistbeard. Was there a window in the bathroom? I am frantically searching for a window. Yes, it's small. Yes, it's up high. I will make myself fit. I just needed a moment to breathe. I returned to find that our food was on the table. Resistbeard had already dug into his three-way, unable to keep his side of the table clean as he hungrily ate his meal, focused on it so very hard. My order of chili dogs and side of cheese sat there, looking surprisingly appetizing, all things considered. I glanced over at Taz, then to my food, then back to him. He nodded. That was all the confirmation I needed to be sure that Resistbeard hadn't tampered with my food or drink. Good call there, OP. You're staying one step ahead of the game, and that's what you gotta do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight. You keep your head on a swivel. Off came my mask and I quickly ate, wanting this date to be over as soon as possible. Resistbeard.
Chili dogs, huh?
This is the most stilted conversation I have ever witnessed between two individuals. OP says, yeah, chili dogs. I'd get them some cheese conies with no onions, but they usually get my order wrong and put onions on it. It's easier to just order some chili dogs and a side of cheese. Then you know for sure that there's no onions. Resistbeard.
Huh. You don't like onions?
Oh, God. How is this not like facepalm head desk ultimate frustration moment? You're talking in circles. You're saying nothing. You are the singularly most uninteresting human being that I have ever seen on the entire planet, Resistbeard. It's no wonder no woman wants to go out with you. You don't have a single original thought. You're just walking around making observations.
You're eating chili dogs. You like to hum.
Okay. Why does any of that matter? Just shut your fat fucking mouth before I drive an ice pick through my ear into my brain. Self-lobotomy. The only escape at this point. You might think I'm being overly dramatic, but people like this really do frustrate me. So yeah, Resistbeard's brilliant observation,
You don't like onions?
is just met by OP shaking her head. OP, nope, don't like them. The rest of the meal was spent in silence, thank God. Resistbeard stared at me as I finished eating. Resistbeard,
So, you're paying?
OP, aren't we splitting the bill? I'll pay for my food and you pay for yours. Resistbeard,
But I didn't bring any money. I thought you were paying.
what the hell? When was that discussed? I'll pay for my half. You better get your ass back in there and wash some dishes or something. OP, I am paying for my food, not yours. Resistbeard,
I thought you were paying.
the beard smirked at me. He knew he had me trapped with the blackmail. Oh, that's your big blackmail plan? Couple of chili cheese dogs? Oh my God. He's just such an idiot. How is one person this much of an idiot? I just sighed, pulling out my wallet and digging out the cash to pay up. You gotta do what you gotta do to keep your job and your reputation, I do suppose. After paying, Resistbeard offered to walk me out to my car. I tried to decline, but yet again he played his blackmail card. You see, this is never gonna end. Taz carefully followed, waiting at the door to the restaurant and unlocking the car from there. Resistbeard,
So, I'm running a tabletop game with some friends this Wednesday. Do you want to join?
OP, no thank you. I don't play very many tabletops. Resistbeard,
I said, do you want to join? I would accept the invitation if I were you.
how about I'd rather die than play even a single hour of tabletop with you and your stinky friends? Just give him both barrels. It would be so satisfying. But I guess we're gonna have to wait for that. Why this? I didn't want to go to a tabletop game with Resistbeard and
His friends.
it just seemed like an accident waiting to happen. However, I couldn't risk my job and my future. I had no choice, really. I clenched my fist as I got into the car. OP, fine. What's it gonna be about? Resistbeard,
Ingress. I'm making a campaign based on the Ingress lore.
oh my God. I'll definitely be sick or dying that day, even if I have to cut my own hand off. Never an Ingress tabletop. No tabletop, definitely better than bad tabletop. Coerced tabletop at that. OP just says, yeah, sounds fine. Resistbeard.
I'll help you make a character the day of the first session. We'll be meeting Wednesday night at my place.
Great. I'd be going into the nest. Just great. An unfamiliar place. Surrounded by people that I didn't know. OP, can I at least invite a friend? I refused to go alone. Resistbeard said,
Sorry, no more slots open.
OP, can't they just watch? Resistbeard,
They'll just be a distraction.
God damn it, dude. Then yeah, actually I'm not interested after all, and then just gas it and get the hell out of there. Or swoop around the block and then pick Taz up. You don't want to leave the wingman at the place or whatever. But instead, OP kind of resigns to her fate and says, okay, I guess I had to go to this thing alone. OP, fine. Resistbeard,
See you then, cutie.
cutie. Oh, it never gets any less cringy, does it? Resistbeard walked off towards the bus stop. Fuck. Screw everything. God damn it. I slapped the outer ring of my steering wheel in frustration. I hated this. Being cornered like this by Resistbeard and by my own past actions, no less. I mean, also your current actions, to be fair. Like I said, you can buck at any point. Don't let no neckbeard keep you down. The date might have gone all right. I wasn't drugged or sexually assaulted. It's not really funny, but if that's like the level of a date going all right, then yeah, most of my dates have been all right, I guess. However, the beard had roped me into something now that I wanted no part of. I knew that I couldn't just reject the invitation, though. He would ruin my life. I was scared, and I didn't know what else to do. Taz got into the passenger seat, tossing me the keys. Taz?
You doing all right?
OP? Yeah, I'm fine. No, of course not. This bastard has me cornered from all sides. Taz?
Hey, calm down. What did he do?
OP? He just kept telling me that he intended to use what he knew as much as he could. I lied to Taz. I lied to one of my best friends, and it hurt. I couldn't tell him about the tabletop game, that I would be alone there. I knew that he would keep me from going, but if I didn't go, then it was all over. I firmly did believe that I would lose my job, and any hopes to get another job would likely be gone as well. Couldn't do anything to break free from Resistbeard. Poor OP, you basically talked yourself into a corner, but it's right in the name, Resistbeard. You need to resist the beard, and once you put him in his place, he'll shrink down to size in no time. He will cut and run. Mark my words. Anyways, this is where I'm ending this part. Seems like a good stopping point for now. I apologize if my writing seemed a bit different. Truth be told, writing this part has left me mentally drained. I'm having a hard time keeping it together as I recount the extent that Resistbeard exploited the blackmail that he had. All the ways he used it to get me to do what he wanted. Anyways, I'll catch y'all in the next part. Dizzy, out.
Hey, OP. Didn't think I'd see you in here.
Resistbeard Saga. Resistbeard Saga. Yeah, that's what it is. Chapter 4. Reload, Dr. Dizzy. Guys, I feel like I screwed that up already. Oh no, what's happening? Welcome back. Hi, Adadism. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's time for yet another installment of the Resistbeard Saga. Oh, we've been waiting. I know people been salivating for this. The tabletop game won't be chronicled until another time. This time the focus is on an online encounter in a game, as well as the creation of my character for the tabletop. Well, I understand OP said she wanted to adjust some things, switch some stuff around, and it's your story. You tell it how you wanna. I'm just here to give it a voice, I guess. Apologies for taking so long with this chapter. I had it done a week after the last chapter, but I sat on it because I wasn't happy with the writing. I managed to talk myself into posting it as is. Sorry if it isn't up to snuff, quality-wise, compared to the previous parts. Honestly, that's a good strategy, you know? Lower my expectations so when I get into the story and realize that it is just as exceptionally written as the previous parts, I'll be like happily surprised, you know what I mean? Instead of saying, hey, I'm the best writer ever, and then I'm like, what the hell's this? I judge it more harshly, you see. A little bit of self-deprecation goes a long way. Take it from me. I'm new to Reddit, and the way I copy-paste the writing from a Google Docs into a post has a tendency to break the formatting. I do my best to fix everything, but nobody's perfect, so I apologize if there are any formatting errors. That's right, nobody's perfect. I think you can paste it without, like, the formatting and whatnot. I don't know why computers decided that we need to paste text with the formatting. I never want that, computer. Please stop doing it automatically. Anyways, for those thanking me for sharing my story, I just want to say thank you. I want to thank everyone for letting me tell my story. Seeing reactions and talking things out a bit has actually been pretty helpful. Cringing with everyone as I recount these events is surprisingly healing/therapeutic. I'm not the greatest at expressing gratitude, but I want everyone to know, with the utmost sincerity, that I am thankful. Well, take it from me, we are delighted to have you on board. Another saga, quite well written indeed. And yeah, very active member in the Discord. I went ahead and gave her a couple of Steam keys so she could play, what was that? Dead by Daylight and Payday 2 on stream. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking out for those. I'm also thankful for both ReddX and Moonhorse for reading my story. If you're not already, please go and subscribe to both of them. Yes, do it. Why haven't you done it already? A lot of people have done it already, honestly. You know those YouTubers, they're like, only 5% of my people are subscribed. No, that's not the case for me. 50%, easy. So thank you guys. Anyways, let's get the link swarm out of the way. We got ReddX's and Moonhorse's YouTube channel, and the previous parts, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you'd rather listen to the story narrated by the awesome ReddX, then here's the link to his playlist. Yes, indeed, quite concise. And I have the comments to thank for insisting that I start making playlists for sagas. It's a good idea, I'm just kind of stubborn sometimes. Anyways, we've got our cast. You met OP and Taz in the last episode, I do believe, but now we've got Flynn, who is an online acquaintance who runs a Half-Life 2 deathmatch server, has a certain showmanship to him, and seems very extroverted. Is the thumbnail making more sense now? It's so cool. Darkly Studios will animate whatever crazy crap I want them to animate. I'm like fat Ingress player in a Gordon Freeman costume. All right, boom, there it is. It's amazing. I have the power. Sai is a regular on Flynn's server. And then, of course, we've got Resistbeard, who we have met before, but as an addendum, at the time of writing this, he's pretty much cut out of my life, as well as his friends, thankfully. I'm still really shocked that he has friends. I don't know how that happened. Are you ready for more? Yes, we've waited so long. Please, feed us the cringe. Last time, Resistbeard had dug up some information on me and used the fact that I had stolen a laptop in high school to try and blackmail me. Using that blackmail, the beard had cornered me and used it to make me go on a date with him. And then he forced me into joining a tabletop game which was run by him. I could have gotten off the ride. I could have just flipped him the bird and said, sure, go tell my boss. She won't give a damn, you jackass. However, hindsight is 20/20. Back then, my judgment was clouded by my anxiousness, and it sort of made me spineless. I think a lot of people came after OP in the comments. Honestly, I came after a little bit in the story, but I also, tried to understand where she's coming from. being young, operating on emotion. Like, really, that's the tiniest possible skeleton you could have in your closet. Don't worry about that. We sweep that skeleton up in a dustpan, whatever. A tabletop with Resistbeard and his friends couldn't be that bad, right? 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 Somebody confirm or deny, please. Of course, wrong. It was one of, if not the worst thing that ever happened to me. So much went down, and I admit I may have fallen into one of the beard's worst traps. However, as stated earlier, the story of the tabletop disaster will be chronicled in the next chapter. Oh, you just giving us a little taste, all right. Now I'm looking forward to part 5 already. Of course, Resistbeard had rejoined my Discord server under a new account, but he didn't really talk much. He just lurked. However, direct messages were a different story. The beard was expressing excitement and asking
if I was hyped for the tabletop game.
Of course, I was not. I didn't tell him that, though. I was too scared to even try arguing with him. My distorted beliefs on the reality of this situation hung over my head. For more context of what was going on in my head and why everyone was so worried, my parents never let me hear the end of what I had done in high school. Even to this day, they still bring it up. They've always talked it up like it's some massive deal, and that it would be ruined if that got out. Heck, they even weaponize it in arguments sometimes. Ugh. Your parents is real pieces of work, alright? I kinda knew that already, but this is really unnecessary. I mean, we could joke about it, you know, but try not to make the problem seem bigger than it is, and definitely never hang it over my head. You know how Marty McFly goes ballistic whenever he's called a chicken? Yeah, the laptop is sort of like that for me. Just a button that could be exploited and pressed by them, however my reaction is. Resistbeard had changed his mind on helping me make a character the day of the first session that I'd be joining. Instead, on Monday night, when I was trying to work on some homework, he suddenly called me on Discord, scaring the ever-living shit out of me. I declined the call. OP, what? I'm not calling right now. Resistbeard,
I want to help you get the tabletop character made.
How about some, warning? Set up an appointment with my secretary or something like that. I'm happy to answer DMs, but calling me out of nowhere? Yeah, that's the quickest way to get yourself blocked, honestly. Nope and nope. OP says, not right now. I'm busy. Resistbeard.
When you're done.
OP. If I have time. Resistbeard.
Sad face.
OP. I'm doing homework. Resistbeard.
When you're done with it.
Life is cyclical. I don't understand why we're going around in circles here. I'm pretty sure I said, if I have time, right? OP says, all right. Didn't you say Wednesday, though? Resistbeard.
I changed my mind.
OP. Okay. I'm doing homework, though, so later. He really feels like he's in the driver's seat. I hope this all gets upended and the worst things in the world happen to him. You think you're in control of my time, son? Nah. I can't let it be like that. No matter what you have on me, I can never let it be like that. Closing Discord, I went back to my homework. Just essays and a research paper. Might as well get them out of the way. I didn't stop working, falling asleep at my computer again. I did not want to hop in a call with Resistbeard. I would rather just work. Yeah, as anybody would. Work is work, but Resistbeard, he's a neckbeard. You think I'm trying to hang out with a neckbeard? Even if it is to avoid work, it's like one of the worst things that you could use to avoid work. So yeah, I'm just gonna work. That's fine. I ignored all messages from the beard the next day while I was at work. When I got home, though, I found that my direct messages were blown up. I was tired, cranky, and forgot to take my medication in the morning. I just ignored those messages for a little while longer. Resistbeard,
Are you done yet? Hello? Are you ready to work on the character yet? Maybe tomorrow then.
didn't we go through this in the Nice Guys video? Just this endless wall of text.
You at work today? When you're off, can you please let me know? I want to help you make your character.
Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. I'm gonna help you by harassing the shit out of you. No thanks, I'm good. Just a few samples of the many messages that Resistbeard sent. Some ghosting, and an hour of Minecraft later, I finally sent Resistbeard a message. OP, I'm ready. What does this process entail? Resistbeard instantly called me, not even giving me warning beforehand. I reluctantly answered. God damn, don't, ugh. Who calls anyone out of the blue anymore? Can you answer me that? Psychopaths, that's who. I don't like it. Resistbeard,
It took you long enough.
OP, hey, I had to work. I'm not sorry. Resistbeard,
Whatever. Character time, cutie.
What a shift. I shook my head, clenching a fist. OP, what does this entail? And thus the creation of my character, Megan Good, began. What's her alignment? You should make Megan Good in evil alignment. That would be funny, right? Seems like the kind of joke that Elroy from Star Wars Shenanigans would find hilarious, but I don't know. It kind of tickles me too, if I'm honest. A little bit of irony. The process was surprisingly lengthy. I will spare you the details, though I can say it was awkward. However, the standout thing I remember was the ability that I got to choose. Since every player character was an XM sensitive, they could have an ability that they came up with. I chose something chaotic and easily exploitable, the ability to control time to a degree and move freely in that controlled time. Yeah, that's OP. What's that? We're starting combat, freeze time. I hit him 8 times, he's dead. Next encounter. I was pleased. If I'm gonna be forced into this, I might as well make it go off the rails with a broken ability as much as I can, right? Yeah, sure, why not? I left the call abruptly, putting any notifications or messages from Resistbeard on mute. Launching Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, I quickly joined one of the servers that I frequented. I love Half-Life 2 Deathmatch. There's just something about the fast-paced action that is really satisfying. Nailing someone with a toilet or other prop that you launched with your gravity gun, it never gets old. Ain't that the truth? An oldie but a goodie, to be sure. I was a little rusty. It had been a few months since I had played this game, so I spent a few minutes running around, firing wildly at other players. Sometimes I'd respawn and immediately get killed by a player before I could even move. But soon, I got back into my groove. And by that time, the server owner, Flynn, who was also an acquaintance of mine, had also joined. Flynn,
Yo, OP, what's up? It's been ages. How have you been?
It's totally a Flynn voice, right? OP says, hey man, doing good? How about you? Flynn,
Yeah, just getting through this semester of college. Your stream's going well?
OP, you have no idea. Is that good or bad? I would assume that it's good, but Resistbeard is hanging around, so maybe it's bad. We played around for a while and just had fun, not taking things too seriously. The map was a modified version of DM Lockdown, a classic map and a personal favorite of mine. Plenty of props to launch with the gravity gun and lots of hiding spaces within the winding halls and cold corridors. All my worries faded away. You probably could have avoided all of this Resistbeard nonsense having to hang out with him in a Discord call by just like downloading a character template sheet. This is what I did for my character, something that somebody else did because I really don't give a crap. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Note, recounting this has reminded me just how much fun Half-Life 2 Deathmatch truly is. I need to play some now that Resistbeard is no longer a worry. I mean, I could get into the deathmatch, I could just replay Half-Life 2 all on its own. Such a good game. OP, hey, nice shooting. Want me to stop moving so I'm easier to hit? Ah, yes, casual trash talk, just like the old times. The times before Ingress, long before all of this mess started. Flynn,
Hey, no fair. Get out of the blinders.
blinders are hidden sections in a map accessible by non-solid level geometry that you can pass through. We call them blinders because if you're trying to kill a player hiding in one, you have to take several blind shots and just kind of hope for the best. OP, sorry mate, all's fair in war. Well, I don't know if I agree with that completely, but yeah, you're playing for fun. It's whatever. That's cool. How am I supposed to take a game seriously when we're sitting here launching toilets at each other, am I right? It was just good fun. Once I got into a rhythm, it was pretty easy to just turn my brain off and go on autopilot. I don't clearly remember everything that happened. I do, however, vividly remember what went down when a certain someone joined the game. Are you your friends on Steam or something? God damn it. Oh no, wait, Discord also has that integration. This is just a bad situation all around. I don't like it. Skynet is real and I want to go home. Fuck. He followed me here. Resistbeard had followed me here. I didn't even know he owned this game. Everybody owns Half-Life 2. I forgot he was on my Steam friends after the game of Stardew Valley with him and Mars. Had he bought this game just to join me? Ugh. Talk about creepy. Flynn,
Hey, newcomer. Welcome to the battle.
in the kill feed I saw Resistbeard's name appear. The cause of death, a projectile prop. Resistbeard seemed to have not figured out voice chat in his rush to join the game. Instead, he typed out a message. Resistbeard,
Why was I killed by a desk?
he seriously hasn't played Half-Life 2 before? I mean, I'm not trying to gatekeep or anything, but you'd think that a nerd that's into video games would have at least dipped his toes into Half-Life 2. If you're listening to this and you haven't, then you should. That's all I'm really gonna say. Flynn explains,
Because someone launched a desk at you. Clearly.
Resistbeard,
How do you launch stuff?
oh boy. Yep, clearly Resistbeard had never played Half-Life 2. Sigh, have you ever even played this game? You used the gravity gun, man. Resistbeard,
No, I just bought it. It looked fun.
you happen to be playing this decade-old game, so I bought it, but not because you were playing it, just because it looked fun, and I hadn't bought it in the previous decade that it was available. You're too transparent, dude. Now you're in a game playing against other people who have been playing this game for 10 years, and you are gonna get schmixed. I don't think it'll look like fun after a couple of minutes. As I watched the chat log, Flynn had snuck into my hiding spot and killed me. Flynn,
Ha! Good luck getting back in there, OP.
Resistbeard,
How do I use the voice chat?
Sigh, hold X. Whoa!
Ugh, please don't tell him.
Can't you mute people individually? I gotta assume that's a thing. And with that, the beard's obnoxious voice came through. Resistbeard,
Hey, OP. Didn't think I'd see you in here.
he's really trying to play it off super smooth. Is this real life? We just happened to join the same server. Isn't that crazy? OP says, yeah, sure. In this game with a nearly dead community. Flynn, you two know each other? Resistbeard,
Yeah, OP's my girlfriend.
oh crap! Non-consensual relationship initiation. Bro, this is weirding me out in like completely new and interesting ways. I don't think I've ever seen this specifically. And yes, indeed, I hate it. Oh, really? He was trying to play that game, huh? I had just had enough already. Work sucked that day. Character creation was tiring. I was spent. I honestly didn't care what happened now. OP, no you're not. Shut the hell up. I froze, panicking. What if he got upset? I already regretted just saying that. Flynn,
You two seem very cute together.
poor Flynn. This is awkward as hell for him too. He's just kind of caught in the middle, wishing he wasn't a server owner today. Resistbeard.
Oh, you know her. It's like one of those tsundere types. We just started dating.
What even was a tsundere? I sighed a sigh of relief. However, rage was building up inside of me. OP? Yeah, sure. Ah, yes, the basis for any solid relationship, dejected defeat. I spoke in a dead and uninterested tone. Flynn?
Anyways, welcome to the FJC server. Enjoy your stay.
Resistbeard.
I'm most certain that I will.
Most certain. God damn, he talks like an old English knight. I'm pretty sure blackmail's against the code of chivalry though, isn't it? You know what? If Resistbeard wanted to play this game with me, then I would play. He barely knew what he was doing, and this server was full of very experienced players. Yeah, like I said, beware wandering into a game with a tiny community. Perhaps Resistbeard just getting steamrolled and not being able to stay alive for very long would drive him away. He was decently competitive in Ingress, and it seemed like maybe, just maybe, I could get rid of him in this space. Hell yeah, spawn camp him. I think you'll need a bit more aggression in order to drive him out, but I mean, I'm happy to see a man-child rage quit a video game. That's always entertaining. Oh, boy, was I wrong about that presumption, though. Oh, no rage quit. Resistbeard says,
OP, what's the goal of this game?
This game that you just bought and clearly know nothing about? OP, figure it out yourself. It's called Deathmatch for a reason. Sigh, you rack up kills. That's it. It's just like your standard online shooter. Whoa. Resistbeard.
Is there a leveling system? Can I unlock new weapons?
Yeah, how do I buy the battle pass for Half-Life 2 Deathmatch? Jesus Christ. It's killing me. Sigh. No, you just pick up weapons laying on the ground. Every weapon has its pros and cons. Resistbeard.
That's boring. There's no flag to capture. No points to defend.
Sigh. Nope, this game is pretty simplistic, man. It's a product of its time and it's still beautiful. I don't know what you're expecting. I'll tell you what, Resistbeard, it's not too late. You've played under 2 hours, get a refund right now and never return. I ran around the map searching for Resistbeard. I wanted so badly to put a bullet through his avatar's head. Maybe a bit too much. I just wanted a bit of catharsis that wouldn't upset him too much and possibly cost me my job. I turned a corner. Boom! I fired a round from my revolver at a lone player on reflex, and the kill feed revealed it to be the Beard. Yes. Now do that about 200 more times and he'll probably GTFO. I mean, it would probably be easier to just say it with your mouth words, but I know you're worried about some stuff. Sometimes passive aggression is the way to go. Resistbeard's body ragdolled and I shot it a few more times. Sweet, sweet satisfaction. To me, at least. Looking back, getting a kick out of this sounds kinda weird. I mean, who doesn't enjoy bang-bang shooty guns? That's the whole reason we sit down to play these games. You're just enjoying it a little more than you usually would because of who's on the other side of the keyboard. Resistbeard.
Nice shot, OP.
OP? Thanks. You were barely moving. Just stop. Put up a decent fight before you compliment me. In hindsight, that might have been a bit mean. I was pretty upset, though. Resistbeard.
If you want me to get good, then teach me how to play. What are the best strategies?
Well, in order to get good, you start by, getting good. It's a relatively simple process, honestly. OP says, not happening. Sorry. Resistbeard.
Come on, please. I've been teaching you Ingress. Why don't you teach me Half-Life?
OP. No. It's not a complicated game. Just figure it out. Yeah, play through the campaign, how about? That'll teach you everything you need to know, and then all you need to do is not aim like a stormtrooper, and you win. Flynn. The robot's right. It just takes practice, mate. I'd really recommend playing the main game before playing Deathmatch. Bro, took the words right out of my mouth. Look at that. Sigh. My only advice is to learn how each weapon works and learn how to use all of them effectively, man. Resistbeard.
How long will that take?
Sigh. Depends on how easy you learn things. Whoa. Everyone was running around the map. Gunshots echoed all around in my headphones. It was one big free-for-all, as death matches are wont to be. Resistbeard.
Can I stay alive for 30 seconds?
OP. Get good. Yeah, that's what I told him. It really does help. It's very simple. Round after round passed, and Resistbeard did look to be getting the hang of things. Much to my disappointment, he was whooping and hollering and even getting the occasional kill. Well, there goes another safe haven for me, invaded by Resistbeard. Every other Half-Life 2 deathmatch server was essentially dead or sort of toxic. This place was where I could just kick back and play casually, and now that Resistbeard had found it... great. I guess you don't know the admin well enough to send him a message, be like, this dude's been stalking me, please ban him. Because that would be a really great way to deal with it. And then you can completely deny everything. There's no culpability. You're just like, oh, you got banned? That sucks, bro. I definitely didn't do anything to set that ball in motion. Resistbeard.
OP, are you excited for the tabletop tomorrow night?
OP. Sure. Definitely. Why couldn't I just keep a safe online space from him? Resistbeard.
Remember, 6 o'clock. It's gonna be...
I left before he could finish, sighing. A moment later, I felt a sinking feeling. What if I had been too mean? Was he gonna tell my boss about the laptop? I was irrationally scared, and it took a considerable amount of time to just calm down. He'll never tell your boss about the laptop because that's just like a bridge completely burnt. Now he has no more leverage. so I think you got a pretty long leash on this one, all things considered. Finally calm once more, I took a bit to go over my options regarding the tabletop. I checked Discord one more time before hitting the hay, and found a message from who else? Resistbeard.
Remember, 6 o'clock, my place. This is my address.
You know what? Maybe I could fake being sick to get out of the tabletop. Resistbeard wouldn't get upset over something like that, right? Nobody wants to get sick. Anyways, I'm once again ending this off here. I'm not the happiest with the writing in this chapter, so apologies if it sort of fell apart or feels weird. Next chapter will hopefully be much better in terms of quality. Remember, don't pineapple your portals, but do eat a pineapple because fruit is good for you. Until next time, Dizzy, out. Yes, I own my own home. I got a small loan from my parents of $1 million.
Okay, listen. What you gotta do is give me some money, okay?
Resistbeard, Chapter 5, The Truth About the Tabletop. Oh, you want some truth about tabletop? Okay, well, how about this one? It's the most fun if you have, like, a good imagination. A theater of your own mind. The ratio of fun increases with your amount of imagination. That's why some people don't like tabletop. Because they can't imagine what orcs and elves and all that other crap looks like. Or whatever tabletop you're playing, I guess. Anyways, probably has nothing to do with the story. But that's my truth. My tabletop truthiness. Hello, readers! ReddX, Moonhorse. Hi, Adadism. What's good with it? I've made my triumphant return to finally regale you all with the tales of my time dealing with Resistbeard. Good lord, it's been a while, hasn't it? How many months? 5 months. I don't think we even had to wait between like Stealthbeard entries for that long. But like I said, take your time with it, you know, no rush or anything like that. But I did have to field a lot of questions. I'm just like, I don't know. Go ask the OP. I don't know what to tell you. First off, I am so sorry for the frustratingly long wait. I went on spring break, forgot about writing this when I got back, and then kept putting it off when I remembered. On top of that, I built a new PC, got addicted to Half-Life Alyx, VR chat, and all the games I could finally play, and then finals came along and studying took priority, and then after that I just lost motivation for a while. I know, excuses, excuses. Most of the wait was my own fault, and for that, I apologize. I mean, at least you came back at some point. There's some OPs that just like disappear, dust in the wind. I'm like, hey, cool, a saga, let's get it started. Well, I regret that now. So take the time you need. I'm sure it's worth the wait, like I said. I can't hold anything against you too hard because, yeah, you did decide to come back. Face the music or whatever. I appreciate you. Also, hey, ReddX! I hope things have been going well. I've been on and off watching your channel. I hope your family's doing all right. Yeah, they alive. Also, I'm really sorry I kept sliding into your DM saying, hey, chapter will drop tomorrow. And then, lo and behold, I don't post it the next day. I mean, that's fine. I just, I was quite skeptical, but that's kind of my default mode. I'm like, if it's gonna get posted, then it gets posted. If not, then I guess that's fine too. I just kept wanting to make edits or small changes to the writing, and it just got out of hand. I mean, perfectionism is something I don't understand at all. I'm just like, slap it up, see how it does. It's gonna be fine. But, you know, I have known perfectionists, and yeah, I can accept that. Don't sweat it too hard. I hope you weren't offended if I didn't respond to the majority of DMs. But yeah, that's my thought process. If it comes, that's great. If it doesn't, whatever, I'll find something else. Just gotta keep the show going, you know? My writing might have suffered from the long break that I took, so if my grammar and English have any mistakes, I apologize. Not to mention, all the edits I made might clash. See what happens with perfectionism? You've overcooked it now. No, I'm just playing with you. It is good to be aware of anything that might happen, though. This entire chapter feels like a disaster. I honestly just want to get it out there because I know if I wait any longer, it'll end up being another month. If the writing is lackluster, I am sorry. Anyways, let's get the link storm out of the way. If you haven't read the previous parts of the story, they can be found at user Adadism's profile. Alternatively, if you want to listen to the story, narrated by the amazing ReddX, here's a link to his playlist of the series. Oh, amazing, she says. Wow, that's amazing. that's the best thing ever. I'm gonna get a big head over here. Honestly, that is the definitive version of the story. ReddX's commentary adds so much. If you aren't subscribed to him, what are you even doing? Go subscribe to him! He's an awesome dude! Maybe, yeah, mostly, sometimes, I don't know. Depends on the day, I guess. Some days I'm a real social butterfly, other days I'm like, I can't talk to anybody, bury me in a hole. But I always do put on a happy face to read the stories out. People don't come on YouTube to get bummed out, you know what I'm saying? Today's actually a pretty good day, though. I mentioned that once the beard storm was over, I would link my socials, namely Twitch and YouTube. Well, the storm is over. So here are my socials. Twitch.tv/SilverZayev and YouTube.com/channel, yeah, that. I think it's the same name, though. My content is in a transitional period at the moment, past the robot phase that it was in during the time this story took place, and on hiatus while moving towards something greater. Again, don't get too caught up with perfectionism. Content creation, it moves real fast. If you disappear for a week, people forget, you know? That's what I'm really neurotic about. I'm like, I gotta post every day or else. But of course, readjusting, re-angling your vectors and whatnot, it's absolutely fine. Just pull the trigger as you're able to, I suppose. I'd love it if you drop by or dropped a follow, but ultimately all that is your choice. I can't tell you what to do. That's right, can't tell you how to live your life. I am going to add you to the auto-hosting, though, for my channel. I've got a lot of people. Most of the followers that hang out in the Twitch chat do get auto-hosted. You should drop by my Twitch channel, too, if you'd like. That would be pretty cool. But, again, I can't tell you how to live your life. Please ask that you don't come specifically for Resistbeard or his friends, because they aren't even there anymore. They are gone. Who's gonna show up for the Neckbeard? Maybe to, like, harass him or some stuff, but like I said in the disclaimer, I don't sign off on any of that. We are not witch hunters around here. We're here to regale some tales and see how people could do things differently, and maybe even to keep yourself safe out there while you're online. And also in real life sometimes, too. My staff and I went through quite a lot to wipe any traces of his greasy self from the community, and it is a touchy subject for most of us. Oh, so don't talk about it at all. Okay, duly noted. I mean, heck, most of us have moved on. A handful of staff members left the team. The stress from Resistbeard and his friends' harassment weighed down on all of us. It's still an automatic kick for mentioning him. Whoa, wow, spicy. Mainly because his friends still occasionally join the Discord via alts and try to harass us further. That's astonishing to me, honestly. I've grown this big and, you know, we've had our fair share of trolls in the Discord and stuff like that, but it's relatively easily dealt with. Maybe you need to step up like the verification settings or something like that. Require a phone number to join, then yeah. You have to take a few extra steps to get your alt into the Discord for 5 seconds before we figure out that it's your alt. I'll slam him hard. I don't even care. But yeah, I guess it is different, you know, being a dude online. If you're a chick online, there's always going to be some creepers out there. Just keep your head on a swivel. That's the best advice I got. And before I get into the story, I also want to just warn everybody that this is truly where things go off the deep end. The blackmail was only scratching the surface. If you want to nope out, I totally understand. Trigger warnings for this chapter are blackmail and some light transphobia. I mean, you can't even call it light. Like, it is what it is, as far as I'm concerned. There aren't classifications for that kind of thing. It is or it isn't. Some light racism, some light assault. Yeah, it's just like scrumping for apples.
Ah! Gravity never happened?
I don't know what possessed me into not getting the hell away from Resistbeard after the events that had already unfolded. Maybe it was some sort of sick curiosity. I really don't know. In hindsight, I really should have just resisted the beard. I mean, you would be well advised to resist the beard, get yourself out of the situation, but like, I also kind of understand if you want to believe the best about people. I've had a few quote-unquote friends I met in the Philippines that I, was loath to cut off, a bit hesitant to get rid of, just because, I'd like to have some more friends. But at the end of the day, yeah, I'd rather have no friends than shitty friends. The cast list, we got OP, Dizzy, Ada, whatever you want to call me. I'm a 20-year-old trans woman standing at about 5'11". 6'1" was wrong. I just measured a week ago. Skinny as a stick, former avid Ingress player, and possibly a little bit too nice. I'm also a content creator, and that ties into this story quite heavily. Yeah, y'all remember Ingress? It's kind of like Pokemon Go. It's like the mobile game or some stuff like that. I don't know how relevant it's going to be, but it did introduce the beard. Taz is a friend of mine that I've known since high school who works at the same place as I do. There's an inside joke in my friend group that the two of us are dating since we spend so much time hanging out together. We sarcastically play along for kicks and giggles. Is not an Ingress player at this part of the story, but he later does start playing. Again, I ship it. I think that's what I've said in the previous episodes, and yeah, if you guys are willing to pretend and play along, there's probably something there. Little bit of spark, right? Let me know how it goes. Scissors! One of the three who had taken me under their wing to teach me about streaming. She's a huge Fire Emblem fan, and she used to join me on my Fire Emblem Friday streams. Oh, you theme your streams? Stream theme! I should probably do that. All of my streams are themed like Reddit narration. That's all I got. What do you want? She sent me an FE 3 Houses blanket that has seen quite a lot of use during the year that I've had it. The blanket isn't important to the story. I just think it's cool. I apologize for my mini ramble. That's fine. You like the thing? That's great. My wife bought me a Pokemon blanket that I think is the tits. So hey, thanks for bringing it up. Let's talk about our favorite blankets in the comment section, if you want. RB is short for Resistbeard, the dreaded beard of this story. Flabby, creepy, checking nearly all the boxes of your common garden variety neckbeard, aside from the fact that he does actually go outside. Yeah, but he only goes outside to play his little video game. Does it really count? I don't think it really counts. Resistbeard has been the bane of my existence for about 2 to 3 months at this point, and surprisingly, he owns a home. Yes, I own my own home. I got a small loan from my parents of $1 million.
Okay, listen. What you gotta do is give me some money, okay?
Wow. Good for you. Resistbeard's friends, Isaac. Kind of an edgelord sometime, but is, sort of self-aware about it. I'm not sure if the things that seem self-aware were intentional or accidental. If it doesn't seem intentional, then I'm pretty sure he's not as self-aware as you presume he is. He played a dark elf rogue with a folk hero background, but subverted it slightly by having their character being reluctant about adventuring. Well, that's at least not the regular-ass rogue background. My parents died. I was raised on the streets as an orphan. Yeah, okay, super interesting. Great. Jack, I never really got a good reading on Jack. He just seemed to agree with Resistbeard blindly. He played a halfling paladin with a background that I can't recall. Yeah, something something church, something something adventure, something something glory to some deity. Who cares? It's a paladin, okay? Allie was actually quite pleasant and not as beardy as Resistbeard's other friends. Honestly, it seemed like they were just kind of dragged along. In fact, I soon learned the truth about their friendship with Resistbeard. Oh, it's another Blackmail situation, huh? Maybe. I don't want to spoil it or anything. Things were not initially what they seemed. They played a Tabaxi Ranger with a soldier background who used to be the head guard of a town. Yeah, I guess that seems pretty alright. Relatively normal. But what were you playing, OP? What was Resistbeard playing? We're missing a couple classes. I can't really judge the party composition quite yet. Rogue, Paladin, Ranger? Come on, bro. We need some more heals. Anyways, it's time for more. This is section 1, A Mask of Innocence. Oh, also relating to the Stealthbeard saga. That's the first time we really talked about masks. And ever since the Stealthbeard saga, I've seen masks pop up a whole lot. I think it is a good theory. Some masks are just not as convincing as others. So the last time we saw Resistbeard follow me into a Half-Life 2 deathmatch server and lie to the other players about dating me. Cringe. You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
However, that was nothing compared to the absolute bat crap crazy things that were about to go down at the tabletop that he blackmailed me into joining. Half of it felt like a strange and surreal dream. Now, if you were hoping for a full-on tabletop horror story, complete with try-hard players and scummy GMs, then you're sorta out of luck. Aw, man. Them's my favorite. When you mix up the tabletop and the beard stories, oh, what a delicious combination. There will be parts that are sorta like that, but truth be told, a lot of the smaller details are suppressed within my memory. I guess that's alright. You could make it up. I'm not telling you to make it up, but you could. Before I had started recounting this, all I wanted was to just forget about it all. I'm extrapolating a lot of information from what I could remember. Rather than using logic and faking sickness, guess what I did? I went ahead and went to that tabletop RPG hosted by Resistbeard. I still don't understand, but I guess we're gonna learn some hard lessons today. My God, what a mistake that was. The catalyst for the worst thing that he's ever done. I parked my car at the curb and stepped out, locking the doors. Every fiber of my being was screaming, "Run away! Don't go in! Get your ass back in that car and just drive away!" Yeah, I don't understand why you would go, but I guess it is what it is. Fingers crossed, etc., etc. It's probably gonna be fine. I could probably convince myself to go. I'd be like, you know, maybe I'm just building it up in my head or something like that. And then you arrive and you're like, well, that was the worst thing that I ever experienced.
I'm in danger.
I did the exact opposite of run. Walking up the sidewalk, past the overgrown grass to the door, I gave it a knock. Not a second later, the beard swung it open, and immediately I was hit by a putrid stench, like rotting beef and how water smells after sitting in an old power washer for too long. That is so specific. I get the rotting beef. How does water smell after sitting in an old power washer? Moldy? Rusty? Not good. On top of this, there was an underlying musty and fishy smell. It was so bad that my face mask did hardly anything to stop this odorous assault. I nearly puked right then and there. Honestly, you probably should have puked right then and there, OP. That would send a strong message, wouldn't it? I mean, obviously take the face mask off your face for long enough to puke, but then pull it back up and get right back in the car. You don't have to explain yourself. Obviously, I just threw up on the floor. Resistbeard. Clean it up, Resistbeard. I've often wished for the superpower of, like, projectile vomiting on command. That would be a funny prank. Anyways, Resistbeard says,
Hey, OP, glad you could make it.
The beard grabbed my arm, startling me a little as he began dragging me into the disgusting pigsty that was his home. And on top of all that, he owns this house. Like, you don't even care enough to take care of the one nice thing that you own? At least hire a maid or something. Is it really that difficult? I grabbed his hand and pried it off of me. OP, yeah. Hi. Please don't touch me. Resistbeard.
Oh, sorry. Also,
He lowered his voice.
I'm really sorry about the whole blackmail thing. I didn't want to lose you. You were a good fit for the tabletop, and I've been working for months on it.
Yeah, that's as good a reason as any to blackmail another human being, isn't it? I've been working really hard on this tabletop, so you have to come, or I'll attempt to destroy your life. Yeah, all's forgiven. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it, right? Your greasy little head. Resistbeard had gone into a diatribe against his own actions, and it felt rather sincere. Sincere or not, no excuse. You're out here being a piece of shit. I don't really care what excuses you have to feed me. Oh, I just wanted the tabletop to function. Then invite me like a human being. Never blackmail me. The second you blackmail me, I'm going to snake around and find a way to end you. Because you would have done the same thing to me, right? If I didn't do what you said. So yeah, no mercy at this point. The beard seemed like he was owning up to his own actions, that he wanted to just put it all behind us and turn over a new leaf. No. No! My dumbass fell for the bait, and I loosened up just a little. Man, you can't. You can't! However, I was drawing my line in the sand and making it known, if Resistbeard crossed it, he was done. He should have been done a long time ago. How many last chances does he get? Exactly. I don't know, man. It's your life, you live it how you wanna, but he wouldn't have made it this far with me. One time is all it takes. Twice if I really like you, but third strike, forget about it. OP says last chance. If you do anything like that again, or call me your girlfriend, or in general be a creep towards me, I'm done. Okay? Is that fucking clear? Resistbeard. Aye, aye! You're not taking this seriously, are you? He nodded, giving me an enthusiastic salute before leading me in. Oh, God. Why are you going around saluting people? I can't. That is so cringe. Were you ever in the military, Resistbeard? Or he just likes to LARP? I know. I shouldn't have given him another chance, and I agree, looking back. See, hindsight is 20/20. I'm not gonna razz you all that hard because you've sort of accepted your misplays and stuff like that. And I do even see it from your side just a little bit. But, God, it's a rough one to just kind of deal with. The carpeted floor was covered in dirty laundry, discarded cans of Sprite, and empty bags of many a snack. How hard is it to throw your shit in the trash can? It's really... Just put like a box in your room. You want to know why my computer desk is clean? I have a box right next to the desk. A trash can right there. It's so easy. In one corner stood a gigantic box TV, old school. The thing looked at least a decade and a half to like 2 decades old, and it had a couple of tubes running out of the sloped back. I think it's called a rear projector television. Hooked up to it on the floor was a console with a suspicious yellow stain on it. What's that supposed to be? An Xbox, but I couldn't tell if it was a 360 or a 1. Leaned up against the wall, attached to it by some duct tape, right next to a rather large hole, drywall dust on the floor, was a coffee table with 2 of the legs broken off. He just doesn't give a single fuck, does he? He went down to the Goodwill. He's like, I got that coffee table for $5. It's a good deal. Like, why not affix some makeshift legs to it or something? Is it really so difficult? On top of the battered table was a massive collection, or rather a horde of anime figurines. I recognize some of the characters, like one dude from Evangelion and a couple of Genshin Impact characters. Like, why don't you buy yourself a nice case? If you're really gonna collect the figurines, why keep them in a house surrounded by trash? This is your way of displaying them among the trash horde? They're probably the only things in his life that he values, even above himself. It's just sad, honestly. I'm getting depressed just being in this setting. Do you think that he's just like maybe terraforming his house or something? Evangelion's like a post-apocalyptic hellscape. This is sort of the same thing, except with more depression thrown in, right? Just take small steps to improve your life every day. Come on. Come on. I think it's so frustrating to me because there was a point in my life that I lived like this. And once you're in the mental space to pull yourself out of it, it's not all that hard to pull yourself out of it. It's a series of little things that you do. But I guess I can also understand where he's coming from with not being able to pull himself out of it quite yet. Above us was an off-white popcorn ceiling, strange dark spots of varying sizes dotting the surface. Yeah, that's mildew right there. I don't know how or why there is mildew. In the middle of the cesspool sat a large oval-shaped table, papers, a game board with a rather obvious fantasy theme instead of the promised sci-fi adventure, but I just assumed that it was sort of placeholders. Little miniatures, also fantasy, and a couple of open cans of soda. 3 others were already seated around it, presumably Resistbeard's friends. I silently sighed in relief that there were actually others here. True that. This could have been a horrible trap. He hadn't lied about his friends. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that would have amped up the creep factor quite significantly, okay? But I still think that he needs to clean up his house and his table full of Genshin Impact characters. Genshin Impact character figurines don't belong on the table. They belong in a jar, right?
What's that in your jar?
You know what I'm talking about? Resistbeard pulled out one of the 2 empty chairs for me to sit in before taking his seat in the other. I just stood there, trying not to gag for a brief moment before sitting down, putting my bag down in my lap, because there's no way in hell I was putting my stuff on that filthy yellowing carpet. Not to mention there is bound to be mice in this place, and I'd rather not accidentally take home a new pet. Mice are good pets, though. But yeah, only if you do it voluntarily. I quickly made sure that I had my stun gun, because I was officially behind enemy lines, all alone, and at least having the thing made me feel slightly better. Looking back, I could have just avoided all of this. I should have just left, noped out, and pumped the brakes on every last bit of this shit. Resistbeard said,
OP, these are my friends, and your fellow party members for this campaign.
Yeah, this obviously fantasy-themed campaign, which you said was sci-fi themed, which means you probably weren't working on it for months, which means you lied to my face as soon as I walked in your house, which means I'm gonna go home. As if I even need an excuse to go home. I'll go home just because I don't want to be here. I think you're creepy. I don't want to know your friends. Goodbye. Confirming that my stun gun was there, I pulled out my water bottle, acting like that was what I had been searching for. Clever girl. And placed it on the table. Finally, I looked up at the others seated around the table as Resistbeard introduced them. All 3 of them were varying shades of beardy, judging by their appearances. I just gave a nod, greeting them all. OP, it's nice to meet everyone. I stayed as formal as possible, more out of nervousness than actual politeness. Across the table, Isaac was eyeing me up and down, like he was studying me. Just plain creepy. It made my skin crawl. Isaac.
Are you trans?
Oh my god, dude. Why? What the hell? I just sat down. Who starts a conversation like that? Are you kidding me? At this, Resistbeard began to look me up and down just like Isaac had. OP, why? Are you? Isaac? No. That's a good, like, turnaround from OP. But really, Isaac, what the fuck, bro? Not even bro. I can't bro with somebody like that. Guy. What are you doing out here, guy? OP says, well, I believe you've answered your own question there. I'm not trans, so don't worry. I'm just naturally like this. I use that a lot when people ask if I'm transgender. Tends to work in most situations. However, in this scenario, oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me? Just accept the answer and move on. That was quite a tactful response, was it not? I don't want to get into it right now, is what she's trying to say. Isaac narrowed his eyes, tilting his head. My discomfort and fear rose. Nobody was here with me. It was just myself, surrounded by a bunch of people that I didn't know and definitely didn't feel safe around. I had a weapon, yeah, but that didn't change the fact that there were 4 of them and 1 of me. Isaac. Don't lie to me. Are you a trap? Oh god, dude. This is so horrible. What would make you think that this was okay? Femba. Allie stood up and grabbed Isaac's arm. Allie, bro, stop it. So what if they're trans or trap? That's not a good word, okay? I don't know if you guys are privy to that. I wasn't privy to that until I think last year, but trap is not a very nice thing to call somebody, okay? She identifies as a woman. She's a woman, okay? That's it. End of story. Why is it such a big deal to make somebody else feel comfortable in their own skin? Oh, God. Isaac is even worse than Resistbeard as far as I'm concerned. Resistbeard was at least, you know, friendly towards OP, not so judgmental. But this guy, fuck, I hate him. Can we put him against the wall? It doesn't make a difference, Allie continued. They're a friend, and that's that. I mean, I'm non-binary. Do you have a problem with that? Thank goodness for Allie, to be honest. Yeah, you echo my sentiments there. I think without them diffusing this situation, it could have turned out a hell of a lot worse. Resistbeard.
And in my humble opinion, traps are cute. I'd do one. I don't care if it's gay.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Take me out of this situation. You know what? Take me off of this planet. I'm done. I don't want to anymore. Just anything anymore. Are you kidding me, dude? Resistbeard leaned over, giving my shoulder a light punch, as if to say, "Don't you agree?" I instinctivly jolted away. You are making this so much worse, Resistbeard. Oh my god. He looked a little upset at that, and he should be, because you don't just touch someone without their permission, especially after making a comment like that. I was about ready to just up and leave. I don't know why I didn't, Jack.
Traps are hot.
Oh, God, dude. Well, at least it's 3-on-2 instead of 4-on-1, but this is still not a good situation to be in. I think I'm just gonna take my leave. I don't really like myself or my genitals being discussed within like 30 seconds of sitting down, okay? Everyone here is horrible, except for Allie. Some crumb of comfort, but not worth sticking around for, honestly. So, for those that don't know, trap is a slang term, a derogatory slang term, if I do recall. And this is used to describe a cisgender passing pre-op transgender woman or cross-dresser. Why are we called traps, you might ask? Because people feel like the fact that we're still biologically male makes physical attraction gay. So they've been trapped into being gay. The term was popularized by 4chan, which should tell you just about enough about it. It was initially used to describe characters like Astolfo from the Fate series. Do you find it offensive, OP? I suppose I should ask you, since you're the one being discussed like a piece of meat. It is more than just discussing genitals. It's like straight up fetish stuff at this point. And I just sat down! Oh, this is awful. Resistbeard says,
we should begin the session proper. Does everyone have everything that they need?
I need a lot. Where's my whiskey? I honestly had no idea if I had everything. I had my character sheet, a pack of dice from the D&D 5th edition set that I got a few years back, but I never touched because I couldn't find a group, and a notebook. Was that all that I was gonna need? Everyone else just nodded, taking their seats. Just roll with it, it's gonna be fine. I put my character sheet on the table. Getting started didn't sound like a half-bad idea. No, it's a bad idea. Going home is the good idea here. It's time to leave now. The sooner we got started, the sooner we could finish, and the sooner I could get the hell out of here. Oh, maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it's totally gonna be awesome.
Always look on the bright side of life.
Probably is gonna be really weird though. So you know how Resistbeard said that the tabletop was Ingress themed? Well, that turned out to be largely a lie. Everyone else had fantasy characters, and the campaign was set in a fantasy world. How did my modern day character show up in this world? A portal. And not the Ingress kind of portal, just a straight up portal that Megan Goodman was sucked into. She ended up smack dab in the middle of a field with amnesia. That's right, my entire character's backstory was mostly thrown out, just so Resistbeard could shoehorn her into this campaign, which was clearly not even meant for them. This is the dumbest thing ever. Even if everybody here was completely normal, this is the point where I'd walk away, because clearly you haven't planned a goddamn thing out. How did my modern day character get there?
Yeah, bro, I don't know, portals.
Okay. Luckily, she still had the ability that I had picked out, meaning that I could still attempt to cause as much chaos as I wanted with it, though I didn't get much of an opportunity to use it this session. There was no combat at all. I don't even remember what the ability is. It was 5 months ago, but I guess it doesn't get used, so it doesn't really matter. So, how did my character join the party? Simple. She was just found asleep in a field, helped to her feet with a comment about finding a better place to nap than on the ground, and promptly adopted by this ragtag group of adventurers. What if I don't want to go with you? What if we don't even speak the same language? Apparently this campaign had already been running for a while, but it had become stale. Resistbeard decided that the best way to spice things up was to introduce a party member from another dimension. This seems like a really weird choice, man. I don't know if I can sign off on any of this. I bet he was trying to figure out how to, like, theme the world as an Ingress thing, but he's just not smart enough or creative enough to do it. He's like, it's just Final Fantasy, but you can play an Ingress character. Just you specifically. It's so weird. Why had he lied about the tabletop? Hell if I know. While I was a bit miffed, I soon got over it. A fish out of water scenario could be fun, right? Right? Whatever you gotta tell yourself, I guess. I think it sounds like a nightmare, but we'll just have to see how it goes. We don't know about the nightmare until we experience it, right? What followed was the most uncomfortable and awkward tabletop game that I have ever played. Resistbeard constantly described my character as a gift from the gods. Ugh. And kept trying to put her on a figurative pedestal. I mean, the importance was sorta good for getting my character geared up for the adventure that the party was on, but it also just plainly felt creepy, and like Resistbeard was trying to woo me by putting me in the spotlight. I don't like being in the limelight. It makes me feel awkward and like I'm walking on eggshells. I'm scared of accidentally saying something wrong or doing something to upset someone else by accident. I am completely exposed. Luckily, everyone in the party just treated my character like a normal person, save for the whole strange clothes and amnesia thing. Well, I'm glad they treated your character like a normal person. It's too bad they couldn't treat the player behind the character like a normal person. You know what I'm saying? The introduction was not great, and I could definitely understand not wanting to be in the spotlight on your first meeting of these people. I do have some social anxiety myself, but I also know that you're a Twitch streamer, so part of you must enjoy it at least a little bit, right? Right? Maybe that's presumptuous. I don't know. That just feels like it's sound logic to me. The only real special treatment was the impromptu shopping spree that we went on, decking out Megan in a nice hooded cloak and arming them with a short sword. Who's footing the bill for all this? Since the homebrew class Resistbeard had chosen for me at first no longer worked in this setting, he had us start a journey to find some special shrine that could
show Megan her true potential.
However, we had no idea where to even begin looking. Allie suggested that we try the tavern. Yep, that's where you go. And ask around to see if anyone knew anything useful. Isaac just wanted to forget about the shrine and move on with the bigger adventure. Jack was adamant on talking to people in the church because they likely visited the shrine frequently to pay. We went with Allie's idea, but nothing turned up, at least for a while. Isaac did manage to net some gold by winning a drinking contest with an NPC though. Hooray! I love role-playing being drunk. Fake alcohol's my favorite. At one point, Resistbeard got up and retrieved a Tupperware container full of SpaghettiOs from the fridge. Cold SpaghettiOs. You animal! What is happening right now?
Is that a SpaghettiO?
Oh! He never said a word about it. Just got up and left us all in an awkward silence as he began to repeatedly reheat and stir the meal in the microwave for a couple of minutes. I guess heating it up is good, but now it smells like SpaghettiOs on top of mildew and rotten meat and... oh god. Oh god. Terrible. This is terrible. We all just sort of sat there. Should we wait? Talk among ourselves? Nobody spoke up. Yeah, just roleplay, okay? Roleplay amongst yourselves. At least instruct the table. God, I knew Resistbeard was gonna be a terrible GM, but to just be like, oh, I'm gonna go get SpaghettiOs and assume that everything's just gonna pause nicely? You're an idiot. When he finally returned to the table, meal in hand, he apologizes. Resistbeard,
most sincere of apologies. I just got hungry. It's already dinner time anyways.
Yeah, make sure you don't make anything for the guests in your home. Just heat up your own disgusting SpaghettiOs. You remember back when we had the butter elemental who cooked up a tray of chicken tendies? I think it was a Ramtide story. And he used like 2 sticks of butter and made soggy chicken tendies. Like, even that is better than just doing nothing, right? Just like at the date, the rotund beard ate messily. The mass-produced pasta sauce went from container to spoon to face to fingers to dice and miniatures to little spots on the table and the board. I'm getting some Sir Sam vibes right now. Disgusting. Day turned to night, and the party remained in the tavern. It was then that we finally got the clue that we needed, and yet another attempt to push Megan further into the limelight. Please stop doing it. I'm not even having fun. This is just weird. Yeah, I get it. She's a new member of the party that appeared by strange means. You don't have to make her the friggin' star of the show! We overheard some robed figures talking about how they couldn't stand the cult that they were in. A+ dialogue. Very subtle. Man, I hate this cult that we're in. Oh, what do you mean, the cult to summon this demon that's gonna end the whole world? Yeah! Can you exposition any harder? They were talking about how things were going too far, summoning gateways to other worlds and sealing deities away in those that are forcefully brought to this world. Everyone else put 2 and 2 together. I mean, that's so obvious, isn't it? There's no subtlety involved here. And they realized that Megan was one of those people with a deity sealed inside of them. Oh, how fortunate. Can't I just play a normal character with nothing divine or special about them? I was promised Ingress, not this isekai stuff. I don't know why this happened. Oh yeah, I do, because you didn't leave. You gotta immediately leave, or else this is the kind of stuff that happens. The cultists mentioned visiting some prayer stone out in the nearby forest, and off we went. Through some magical navigation thing, or a spell, I can't really remember, we managed to locate it. Was that travel through roots or something like that? It's a ranger spell? I can't remember how that works. Time to figure out what class technician translates to. I put my hand upon the stone, and Megan was a wizard. Ah, yes, the most technical of classes. This is dumb. This whole thing is dumb. You got shoehorned into the wizard class. It's not even... Technician's more artificial, isn't it? Fiddle with crossbows. Make some firebomb. Why wizard? Then a voice spoke out to her. Resistbeard tried to do a deep, bellowing, godly voice, but it honestly just sounded more like he had terrible indigestion.
You have done well to reawaken me. I shall lend you my power.
And that was it. The session abruptly ended, oh mercifully, as if Resistbeard hadn't finished writing the story yet. I don't even care. I just want to go home. I've wanted to go home this whole time, and now I get to go home. So good. Beautiful. I don't remember much of what happened next, just that Resistbeard offered to let me stay over for the night, to which I replied, no. How about hell no? How about fuck no? Before making a beeline for the door and abruptly leaving. Allie stopped me at my car, apologizing for Isaac. According to them, he was just, stuck in his ways and has an extremely conservative family. He's trying to be more open-minded, though. Well, good for him. Do it somewhere else. I don't want to be involved with you, honestly. This is the level of understanding that I get? Fuck out of here. OP just says, it's fine. I'm used to it. It's not fine, and you shouldn't be used to it. But I just hopped in my car as I nodded, thanking Allie for de-escalating the situation back there, which was an MVP play, by the way. Section 2 is Respite and Sunlight. Respite and Sunlight? I think it's supposed to rhyme. A little less than a week passed, and Thanksgiving was the coming Thursday. My family was going out of town, and I would have the house to myself. I know it made no sense with COVID, but my family insisted that since they were going to stay in a hotel and mask up, that it would be fine. Old people, am I right? I kind of wanted to go with them to see my extended family, but ever since I came out as trans, they kind of just pretend that I no longer exist when it came to family affairs such as this. Oof. I kind of wonder what they say when people ask about where I was. It was saddening, yeah, but I still had Taz's family, and they welcomed me with open arms, no matter my gender or orientation. As long as I wasn't doing drugs or getting involved with crime, I was cool to them. Honestly, bless them all. I mean, you could do drugs. I don't even care. Don't do crime. I guess drugs, some drugs are a crime. I don't know what I'm getting at.
What is drugs?
Tuesday night, I was chatting it up with Scissors about Fire Emblem and how much I was enjoying Three Houses as I made myself dinner and a cup of tea. Eventually, we just started singing the main theme, The Edge of Dawn, myself butchering the lyrics as usual. I never usually got the opportunity to sing outside of my room. Whenever my family was home, my younger brother would always get upset and start yelling at me to stop. Annoying. Nobody was safe from his strict sound policing. I mean, what's even the point of policing the sound? Are you recording or something? I yell at my kids to shut up while I'm recording, but that's about the only time. Any other time they got free reign. Not even my sister, who honestly had the vocal range to make a potential career out of singing. She's going into theater arts though, so who knows. I forgot I mentioned this sound policing thing in chapter 3, but I'm just gonna leave it in here because why not? Yeah, because I don't remember that at all. My phone rumbled on the countertop, and I moved to check whatever notification I had received. Now, here's a fun multiple choice question. Was the notification for A, a new ReddX video just dropping, bam, bam, bam. B, my family texting me. C, Resistbeard messaging me. Or D, my work sending me a happy Thanksgiving email. Take a minute, think about that for just a moment. I wish it was a new ReddX video, but unfortunately I do think that it's C. That's how we keep the narrative moving, right? Now, if you guess C, then yes, you'd be right. It was Resistbeard messaging me about tabletop tomorrow night. My reply was simply just, yay, time to see what happens next. And then I pulled out a handgun and held it in my mouth. You tell me what happens next. No, she didn't do that. But honestly, you should text it back and be like, yeah, I'm not interested. I learned my lesson the first time around, didn't I? Or maybe not. I just sighed in frustration. I was sort of excited, if only to see where the story went next. Not at all about going back into the dirty beard nest with its all-encompassing miasma of stale coom, stinky water, and shattered aspirations. Not to mention that feeling of danger that I had just being there. Okay, you know that the feeling in your stomach that's telling you to get the hell out? You should listen to that, all right? First impression, we were already there one time, and I can't abide this again. It was like things could go horribly wrong at any second. Resistbeard did seem like he was at least trying to better himself somewhat, though. That's what I thought, at least. Scissors and I eventually hopped into a voice call. I set my laptop on the island in the middle of the kitchen. Our conversation soon turned to the topic of Foldland knights storing soup in their helmets. The inside joke we started about knights doing exactly that on a recent Fire Emblem Friday stream actually had us seriously debating whether or not it was actually feasible to store soup and bread in a secret compartment of the helmet. A little battlefield snack to keep them going. I mean, logistically, sure, but why not just carry around a thermos? I don't think the helmet's the place you want to keep it. You're like, oh my god, they hit me in the head, I'm bleeding everywhere. Oh, it's tomato soup. Somebody come over here and lick my face. The next day, I awoke to a text from my boss telling me that everyone had the day off. The screen printer machine had broken down. One of the pneumatic tubes that moved the pallets had a hole in it. Whoopie-doop. So just nobody gets paid today? How about, day off and also pay? Then I'll be happy. Just day off? Yeah, you're fucking with my cash because of your own problem. I don't sign off on that. I spent the day at the same park Mars and I had played Ingress with Resistbeard at. It was a surprisingly nice day. Perfect hoodie weather. There's a nice spot that overlooks the nearby city just across the river. I sat on a bench for hours, earbuds in, listening to music, just staring at the town that I lived so close to yet barely knew. My eyes wandered the skyline, gaze gliding over the many buildings, coming to a stop on the huge ballpark. I think it was the ballpark, at least. Could have been a football stadium? I don't really know because I hardly keep up with sports. Anyways, I'll quit my rambling for now. Nothing all too offensive happened in this chapter. I mean, sorta. Honestly, the first session seemed like Resistbeard was trying to get back on my good side. My empathetic and forgiving self just easily fell for it, as annoyed and suspicious of him as I was. Next chapter will be Session 2, as well as Thanksgiving, and the disasters that unfolded during the last Fire Emblem Friday. Scissors and I literally quit that tradition thanks to Resistbeard. All I can really say is sometimes you lose. Ain't that the truth? But sometimes you win, so you gotta keep playing. Anyways, Dizzy, out. Remember, don't pineapple your portals, but do eat a pineapple, because fruits is good for you. Well, all I can really say about Resistbeard and his friend group is birds of a feather. I don't know why I expected this to be decent. I guess it didn't go as bad as it could have, but is that really the bar that we're gonna set? Hey, I went to the D&D session and wasn't physically assaulted, so that's a win. No, that's the bare minimum that I would expect from any human. I wouldn't have gone back for the second session. I have no idea why we're going back for the second session, but I suppose we shall see about that chapter when it comes. Thank you guys for supporting. If you can afford to join these lovely people in supporting, that's huge, you know? But if you can't afford to do it right now, don't sweat it too hard, friends. I just appreciate you coming on through, hanging out with me, and I hope that you'll come on back and hang out with me again tomorrow. In order to do so, you need to keep yourself safe out there, wash your hands, but also take some time out and do something that you personally enjoyed today. Maybe like watching some more ReddX videos. Always remember, friends, that you are loved, you are worthy, and you definitely deserve it. I shall see you in the next one, and until then, friends, bye-bye.